years, but with the intervention of the DARE project, they were able to come back together. And also, we noticed that more girls and more boys were able to return back to school. Initially, the boys have to leave their parents because the home was not safe for them. So they have to move. But at least with the intervention, the boys, at least, and the girls came back to their families when peace was restored. So now you can see that the educational level of those boys actually have increased. They are returned back to school, and they are actually happy with the family they are living with.
So these lessons that you've learned from these families that you have interfaced with, how will these lessons in any way influence your way moving forward to ensure that your projects continue to succeed in your areas of operation?
Well, what is actually happening now, the ones that we trained as couples, now our coaches are emerging to be coaches. So they have the tendency of rolling out what they have learned to other community members. So at the end of the day, peace will continue to reign in that communities that we are operating.
Okay, continue to stay with us on the program. We now move on to Mustafa Sawi. So Mustafa, you are the project coordinator for the Choice Project. So you've made mention of a lot of interventions that you've made and how they have been successful. So have you been encountering any challenges in the conduct of your work?
Yeah, there are many challenges, but maybe to mention a few is the need for continuous training for health workers, for community volunteers or structures, because one of the things that we found out is that the awareness is not there, especially in rural communities. You may not believe when I say there are stakeholders in these communities that still define child based on the size of their breast. so which means they will look at the breast and say this is no more a child, which is ready for marriage. So these are some of the challenges in this community. So we really need more time and more support to continue empowering communities, continuous awareness raising. Another challenge we are facing is with the laws. Yeah, there are laws and policies that, though they are meant to protect, but sometimes they contradict themselves. For instance, there is this law that gives provision for third-party consent for family planning in certain cases. Like at community level, some women want to go in for family planning and the husband will say, no, I'm not approve of this, so my wife will not. So until some of these laws are amended, the services are still not improved as expected. There are also challenges with the commodities. Now that we have raised awareness, people are going in for services needed, but sometimes the constant stock out is another stumbling block in the road, because people might walk from long distance only to discover that the service they went for is not available. Services like family planning, for example, there is this WHO eligibility means that every nurse or health staff need to assess the individual very well before knowing which kind of commodity or contraceptives to be used, but these are not available in most of the communities. The wash area also is another big challenge. Most health facilities do not have adequate water supply, which is really a challenge. Sometimes when a woman is in labor, they have to walk a distance to fetch water. So these are some of the challenges, which is compounded by the cultural norms that is endemic and seated in these communities. But however, we have been trying to minimize them by working with community stakeholders, empowering them, making sure that they take responsibility for their own development. So these are led to construction of local toilet facilities at facilities where there are no hospitals, construction of local wells, etc.
Okay.
Yeah, but we still need more because the number we are targeting now is too small to be district reflective. You imagine we're targeting 24 communities per district, which is not much. We have over thousands of communities, so we need more support and we need more intervention in this area.
Okay. Conducive with us on the program is Mustafa Sawi, the Choice Project Coordinator for Commitanact, Sierra Leone. Now let me bring in Mustafa Dabo, the M&E Specialist for Commitanact. So, in your own area of intervention with regards girls owning up to having the rights to their bodies, you made mention of your interventions in FGM, you engaging other people and all. So let's talk about your collaboration with community stakeholders. How has the relationship been in collaborating with these stakeholders? Because as you mentioned, they are key in ensuring that your projects succeed. How has it been?
Yeah, stakeholders in any project implementation they are very key, and it's very important to work with them, because if you don't have their support, your project will not succeed.
Yeah.
Yes. So for us, we are very much mindful of this, and that's why we are working with stakeholders. For this project, we are working with the 800 girls at community level, and we are also working with their parents, and we are also working with all the district authorities and key community stakeholders, and we are also working with the initiators to see that we succeed. And then for whatever activity we want to do, or for whatever intervention we want to undertake, we'll make sure they are being informed. We just don't go into those communities and start implementing. We'll bring them first and explain to them the rationale about what we want to do and the various support we will need from them. And after we have buy them in, they will support us to go to their communities, and they make work very easier for us. So our collaboration with community stakeholders is very strong, and we are taking it to a very, very high esteem, because for us, it's very key for us to succeed. So that's why we don't joke with it, and it will interest you to know that some stakeholders doing discussions normally tell their colleagues about the importance of this project in their communities. And those other stakeholders from those communities that we are now operating keep on reaching out to us that please come with this project to our communities. We've had a lot of you that you are doing this, and we are also interested in such a project. Can you please come to our community? And that is one of the challenges we are facing. A lot of people want us to implement in their communities, but we are being limited based on the resources we have. So working with stakeholders is not a new thing to us, and we have been doing that very effectively.
Okay. Mariam, so let me bring you in before we go for a short break. In the area of collaborating with stakeholders, because your area is also relevant for you to work, because you have different stakeholders that you're working with to ensure that your project actually succeeds. Let us know, how has the collaboration been with different stakeholders in your project areas?
It has been very effective and cooperative, because we work with line ministries. You know, the work of SGBV, you can't succeed alone. It involves key players and different line ministries in order for us to succeed. So we normally work with the Ministry of Gender and Children's Affairs, we work with Social Welfare, we work with the FSU, we work with the Ministry of Health, and other partners, child protection and like-minded partners, because we cannot provide all the support for these survivors. We have different ministries, like I've mentioned earlier, who can also provide their own support services. Whilst we are providing the shelter, we are providing food, we are also providing psychosocial and psychological support in order to address the trauma and the other issues behind the abuse. So we cannot provide everything, but we also provide medical and other packages But while these survivors are at our shelter, we also expose them, or we advocate for them to access other support services which we cannot provide, like the legal and other support. But we have a standing lawyer who normally represent them in court, but we cannot pass verdicts. We cannot provide medical endorsements and other support services. So we also advocate with other like-minded stakeholders and partners in order for our survivors to achieve their fullest potential.
Okay. Many thanks there to you, Mayama Bilkisu, the coordinator for the Girl Shelter Project under the Commit and Act Sierra Leone. Well, viewers, the program you're watching is a special program from a non-governmental organization known as Commit and Act, as they are here to keep up to speed with their interventions in various aspects. It has to do with girls' empowerment and many other areas. Well, we'll go for a short break, and when we come back, we continue with the program.
In 2022, we established the Peer Advocate School Club in 24 communities in Bombo Ballet and Kolele districts.
Teenager, now when you did the age of 13 to 19 years, now you're a teenager. So if you go get belly at that age day, now teenage pregnancy, because you not reach at the adult stage where you go get belly. Sometimes that can make you parents that can lose your life, or you can drop out of school because of that.
1. Drop out of school. When you don't get belly, you know they able to go school again and you lost your friends there. 2. Leads to poverty. When your mama send you go school, you go school, you go find a man, you go get belly. When you born that pikin day, your mama get for take care of you and you get for take care of that pikin day.
The other can tell me what's not some of the things they pay them people else know and provide for we make we can use.
Yes. Thanks to the Commit and Act Foundation leaders, and also I want to say a big thanks to you, the people that take your time to listen to us. Thank you very much.
Picking they go school, if they come on up, as they say they go school, you know they reach na school. But now due to the constant engagement so don't they get there, that's don't make teenage pregnancy don't reduce, and even the picking they don't focus more on education. They don't aware say the education is more important than man business where they put on back. And also picking they now don't be bold for talk. Now they are then they conduct the activities there for themselves. We can just give them the support, financial support, stationaries we give them. Then can go ahead and do the activities with the help of their teachers. The link teacher will get to the schools there.
Me as a link teacher, I serve as the link teacher between the people the way and the peer advocates them, the mentor them about Commit and Act Foundation, waiting at the function at the schools then and the other districts there in the country.
Well, the things they work learn about this stress project where they don't count in our schools then. What can go now us, I can tell me parents then, and they can gladly about that. They say, well, the pikin they educate, they learn a very important things there about this stress project.
Some of the topics that we don't cover with the picking them, SRHR, when sexually related health, reproductive health service and the school that teach them. Then the picking also about teenage pregnancy. They teach the picking about family planning, and then menstruation, how for do and take care of their menstrual processes there.
As we speak, on all the communities that work with the work, they get them bylaws there and they incorporate these SRHR issues there, and the community bylaws there. Community stakeholders then they put take up activities on their own at the communities then, like for build fence, round hospital, they can do that one day. And also things that they're not able for handle at community level, they can carry it at district level. We call it district stakeholders then, and also people that way matter for take decision on society then. We can see them a round table meeting, we discuss them and we get an action plan towards that. What we've been do the assessments for the schools then, we've been see say school dropouts been so many. What we look the data, it be boku. Teenage pregnancy, we boku na the schools there. If we pick they go sit public exams, the percentages of passes may not be boku. But due to the intervention, with constant engagement, with constant training, so don't they give them, and then self where they don't they take up the responsibility, that's don't make this past Waswe Komo, the Benevolent Islamic School as an example, they send 100% speaking there for go sit the exam. Out of that 100% they 50% gets requirements for go university, 40% gets 4 credits and below, and the balance they all then get 2 credits there.
The activities they will can do with commit and acts inside the choice project. So with commit and acts, the intervention we will portray at the school STEM, we will raise awareness that the assembly, that the classes them, that the communities them. The man they don't reduce for the beats the woman them at home and even the boy picking them at school.
Thanks to Commit and Acts, where they step in for complement government efforts. As an institution, they don't help the Ministry of Social Welfare together with the Ministry of Gender and Children's Affairs a lot through collaboration, coordination, and cooperation, lobbying, advocacy, through many projects. For instance, like that choice project, that's one.
We want for thanks and appreciate Commit and Act because really they really try. Because before they get challenge of safe home, but now when they for support we and we survive of themselves. But we safe we really because we focus on the medical part of it. So if we get other organizations where they for support, we really appreciate them.
We decided for join Commit and Act in the work we they do because it's similar to the work where we they do as religious leaders in the area of for protect the lives of people, especially in the choice project.
Even at the community where they can go to the community, a sort of research, then they can come back, they give you feedback. We are in at the field say they really help the different team. Because at times, not so always we can do at the facilities them down there, but when they go see, they can always come. At times we can even do some trainings where they come, they can call me for go facilitate, more on their family planning, training, then their adolescents training. Of course, they can come.
Welcome back. Those were the views of girls, stakeholders, and people in different communities that have benefited from the Commit and Act organization through their choice project. But from there, we still have our guest in the studio. The program you are watching is a special program from Commit and Act, a non-governmental organization that has been working in Bo, Bombali, and Tonkolele districts, and they are here to bring us up to speed with the activities. I still have Edmund Brandon, the program manager for Commit and Act Sierra Leone project, there to connect. Mustafa Sawi, the choice project coordinator, Commit and Act Sierra Leone. Mustafa Dabo, the M&E specialist, Commit and Act Sierra Leone. And Mariana Belkisu, the coordinator for the Girls Shelter project. So let me bring you in again, Edmund Brandon. So let's talk of the cooperation rates by this set of people that you try to bring together, because I'm quite sure it has been successful. You have been having cooperation from a set of people, that's why you continue with the project. So take us through the cooperation so far.
Cooperation is very high from the couples we are working with and that of the communities. We only have 216 couples that were actually registered for this particular project. But then now we have about 450 that have already registered for pending projects that may come. And community members within the other communities are reaching us to see how best we can go into their communities with this project. So there is high demand for the Dare to Connect project because of the successes that they have seen that has occurred so far. Community members now are working in groups. Initially, it was not, it was difficult for you to see, but now you can see couples working at least in groups. They have established their own farms, couples supporting other couples. You see, so, the whole idea, the cooperation, there is less violence in the communities now. This one can be testified by the town chiefs and other local chiefs. They testify that now with the intervention of the Dare to Connect project, the cases in our communities are actually minimized. You see, so, people are actually yearning to be part of the Dare to Connect project.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, Mustafa Sawi, you made mention of a lot of challenges faced in these communities. So how does your organization come in the area of engaging other stakeholders to look into some of these challenges that these communities face every now and then?
Yeah, as I said earlier, one of our major strategy in implementing this project is awareness raising, capacity building, and advocacy. So under the advocacy aspect, what we did, because we know we just came and we have to go, so we used the community residents themselves, train them in lobbying and advocacy. We formed them into lobby network groups. So these groups would sit at their chiefdom level meetings, discuss burning issues, and develop action plans with which they will engage the district and national stakeholders. So these have been successful on many occasions. We are also having district summit, wherein the same network will bring their burning issues, engage stakeholders, share their concerns, and ensure that these stakeholders make some commitments in order to improve the services. These have been successful in, for example, one community in Tikonko Children district. This community has a health center with 11 PHU staff, but only about 4 of them are on PIN code. So after our first year of continuous advocacy and lobbying to ensure that they incentivize these staff, since they were hardworking, when staff are not on payroll, that will lead to other challenges. So they were able to increase the number of staff in Tikonko Children, and currently they are working very happily because they are on PIN code. The stakeholders have also been always positive in the response from the communities. What they do at district level, sometimes when the community bring the issues, they will sit together with the stakeholders and look for a way to address them. So they now look into the entire issues and pick up, assign responsibilities. Issues that are to be amended at community level, they give it as action plan to the community stakeholders. Issues that cannot be addressed at community level, the district stakeholders will take on board, and those that are to be addressed at national level will be taken at national level during our service summit. So this is how we have been engaging to ensure that services are being improved in the communities.
Okay, so do you work with the Ministry of Health in the area of collaborating? Because most of the challenges you raised with regards to wash, yes. So have you been working with them?
Very closely. In fact, the stakeholders I was just talking about, both of them are the members of the DHM team at district level and even at national level. We also work with gender and social welfare, and also other partners like Rainbow and the likes that are in the gender and child protection.
Okay, Mustafa Dabo, let me bring you in. So I'm quite sure, as we have been talking earlier, you working in districts, they have their cultures and traditions. So what are the lessons that you've learned moving forward as you continue to implement your project?
Yes, one of the key lessons we have learned is that for whatever interventions you want to do, if it's speaking against certain things in the community, those set of people that are popularizing those things should not be seen as enemy. You have to see them as ally. So you should collaborate with them, bring them on board, have conversation with them, let them see the positive things you want to change or the improvement you want to bring. That's one key lesson we've learned. At first, people were saying, is it possible to have discussions with Sowe? Is it possible? That was a big question we were asking ourselves. And after a series of engagement, we can now sit here proudly and say, yes, it is possible. It is not only possible to have discussion with them, it's possible for them to stop underage initiation and involve themselves into alternative livelihood. So that's one key lesson this project has taught us, that no matter the status of the person, bring him or her on board, have conversations, you understand yourself for the common good of the children we are working for, the community, and the country at large.
Okay. Mayama, so let me bring you in. So you've made mention of a lot of success stories, talking about your 22 survivors and also your 3,000 girls that you've sheltered. So I'm quite sure there are lots of challenges you face in that area at the girl shelter. So take us through some of these challenges that you face in this project.
Thank you very much again. Some of the challenges we are faced with is the issue of compromise, because we are dealing with sensitive issues regarding women and girls, which is the sexual and gender-based violence. You know, in our community today, most people, they tend to beg for the perpetrators instead of protecting the women or the girls. They plead for the perpetrators whenever there is an abuse. In some communities, they do mobilize themselves. So, oh, we left this person, now we fumble, something like that. Or sometimes they even allow the perpetrators to hide. They run away for a couple of months or time for them to come back. So we are faced with the issue of compromise. We are also challenged with the issue of justice. There is a saying that justice delay is justice denied. But we are so happy for the sexual model court that is being established for in Bo district quite recently. As the High Court judge was saying now, there will be 3 months in terms of the investigation process. They are going to expedite the investigation of cases. But before now, we had series of cases stuck in the state council or at the court level.
So that's a plus to your work?
Yeah.
Because there are also plans of opening the sexual offences model court in Kenema.
Yeah. That's a good one. We are really happy. We were part of that ceremony. It was awesome because we really have the pressure. Most of the parents or the survivors, they come back to us asking us what has been done in my case. So we are so happy and we are so ready to work with the sexual model court and the judiciary.
Okay. So
yes,
we are also challenged with. Well, manager, I want to say something.
Yeah, I had wanted just to add, at least in the area of funds, you know, because we have target at least per year that we are to reach, but we exceed the target. So sometimes it's really challenging for us how we can cater for the kids that are coming. And like we only have a vehicle, like for example in Bo, and you have different areas to reach. So vehicle challenge is also another one. You have to move from one point, you have to go to other areas.
So do you collaborate with other organizations that are in the same drive as you?
Yes, we do collaborate with other partners. You know, but then there are also some of the partners are expecting from us. You know, like for example, the family support unit, they are expecting from us. At least we have this case we have this where to go for scene of crime, they have to run to commit an act. You see, so these are some of the challenges I actually face.
Okay, so quickly in 30 seconds, Edmond, before we go, do you have any plans of extending your work in other parts of the country because you're only operating in 3 districts?
Yes, we actually have plans to come and to the city.
Okay.
We actually found out that there is so much of abuses happening within Freetown. We also want to see how best people can benefit from the services we are providing in the other part of the country.
Okay, Mustafa Sawi, what will be your parting shot in 30 seconds? Time is not in our favor.
Yeah, I would just like to say thank you so much to our donors, our partners, the government, line ministries that have been so much supportive in ensuring that we reach where we are now, and the stakeholders at community level. They have played very key role by formulating community bylaws to ensure that we protect girls and women at that level. So say thank you to everybody.
Okay, Mustafa, I have two Mustafas here. In 30 seconds, what will be your parting shot?
Thank you very much. We want to thank community participants for supporting us. It was only because of their support we are able to achieve a lot of these gains I've highlighted about. And also, I'm informing the people of Freetown that we are coming. We are coming to Freetown by the special grace of Allah, and our presence will be felt. Our presence have been felt across Bombali and Tonkoli, and we want to come to the national hall.
Okay.
Yes, so thank you.
Okay, so Mayama, so quickly your parting shot in 30 seconds, please.
Thank you very much for having us. We are so happy to have this kind of platform for us to market ourselves, because people can write about you, but you can tell your own story better. So we want to have similar platforms where we can educate the public and raise awareness, and also prevent issues of sexual and gender-based violence. So we want to thank our donors, our partners, working with survivors. We want to thank the government for giving us the support, and even our survivors, because they now know their rights. Most of them, they come to the shelter to report cases of abuse. So we want to thank them very much for owning the process and being empowered to know their rights and also speak up in terms of abuse cases.
Okay, well, that's all we have time for in the special edition of this program by a non-governmental organization, Commitanact. And I'm quite sure by now we are now up to date with the activities of Commitanact. Well, many thanks to my studio guests and also to the production crew. I have been your presenter, Esther Sako. Thanks for watching. Goodbye.
Bye.
Please.
Commitanact is a local non-governmental organization that works in Bo, Bombali, and Tonkolele district. We started our work in 2013, providing safe home for all abuse cases in these three districts. We have two shelters, one in Bo and one in Makene, covering Bombali and Tonkolele district. Commitanact has a unique approach that we call ACT, Acceptance and Commitment Therapy, which promotes psychological flexibility. Whilst we work with our clients, we empower them to be flexible psychologically. So Commitanact is not just providing the curative aspect of the work that we are doing for all sexual gender-based violence girls or sexually penetrated girls, but we also are very much active in the preventive aspect. So this is why we do a lot of community engagement and trainings using the pro-social approach. We have trained over 600,000 people across the three districts with our approach, or with our method we call the pro-social approach, which help community members to work together for a common value.
Sometimes they come themselves, sometimes they are being referred by the police. So upon arrival, if the police has not yet got the report, we take the victims or the survivor, we call them survivors, to the station, we enter the report, and we start from there. We do a daily follow-up, intensive follow-up, to ensure our clients' cases are being investigated in a speedy manner, because provide them with dignity kits to restore their hope and confidence, and also give them reassurance. We give them respect, because some of them will come half naked, some of them will come bleeding. We also provide a medical treatment. We have a CHO at the shelter who examine all survivors upon arrival. We provide them with food 3 meals a day. We provide them with study sessions, play therapy, individual and group counseling sessions, also yoga trauma healing sessions, just to empower them to cope. All those packages are embedded in our service delivery.
Where the president said, where the doctor said, the lawyer them.
In Committing Act, we look forward to more support, and we continue to put smiles in the faces of our girls, our survivors, and also helping them find life beyond their trauma. Thank you. Committing Act is a local non-governmental organization that works in Bo, Bombali, and Tonkolele district. We started our work in 2013, providing safe home for all abuse cases in these 3 districts. We have 2 shelters, one in Bo and one in Makene, covering Bombali and Tonkolele district. Committing Act has a unique approach that we call ACT, Acceptance and Commitment Therapy, which promotes psychological flexibility. Whilst we work with our clients, we empower them to be flexible psychologically. So Committing Act is not just providing the curative aspect of the work that we are doing for all sexual gender-based violence girls or sexually penetrated girls, but we also are very much active in the preventive aspect. So this is why we do a lot of community engagement and trainings using the pro-social approach. We have trained over 600,000 people across the 3 districts with our approach, or with our method we call the pro-social approach, which help community members to work together for a common value.
Sometimes they come themselves, sometimes they are being referred by the police. So upon arrival, if the police has not yet got the report, we take the victims or the survivor, we call them survivors, to the station, we enter the report, and we start from there. We do a daily follow-up, intensive.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله وعلى آله وأصحابه أجمعين. My beloved brothers, the first request I have is for you to put your phones down. Inshallah, we are recording this and we will make it available on YouTube by the will of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. But this being the house of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, to have everyone stand and everyone's phones come up and all the lights shine bright, personally I think it's a disturbance, not only for the speaker but even for the others who want to concentrate. My brothers and sisters, I start off with a dua, a supplication, a prayer. May Allah forgive all of us. May Allah grant us steadfastness. May Allah be pleased with us. May Allah alleviate the suffering of all those who are struggling across the globe. May Allah grant ease in all your lives. Whoever is struggling in whatever way, may Allah grant you ease. May Allah answer our du'as, obviously the halal ones. May Allah say Ameen. May Allah Almighty protect us from haram. May Allah Almighty make us realize that we need to develop a relationship with Him and make it easy for us. I was told to speak about utilizing your time during the month of Ramadan, how to do it, perhaps the preparation, the run-up to the month of Ramadan. And I think one of the most important things for us to note is why the fasting was prescribed in the first place. يا أيها الذين آمنوا كتب عليكم الصيام كما كتب على الذين من قبلكم لعلكم تتقون. Simple reason made mention of directly. Why did Allah tell us to fast? He says, لَعَلَّكُمْ تَتَّقُونَ. That's the reason. O you who believe, fasting has been prescribed upon you just like it was to those before you in order that you achieve taqwa. What is taqwa? When you hear people speak about it, they say the consciousness of Allah, the fear of Allah. What else do they say? They say various other things. I'm sure you've heard consciousness of Allah, taqwa. I'm sure you've heard the fear of Allah, taqwa. There was a question that someone raised a few years back which resulted in a beautiful explanation that I want to share with you. They said, the question from a young lad, why should I be scared of Allah? Meaning that when you say fear of Allah, fear Allah, you know, it's a good question. One of the primary things you and I need to understand is the consciousness of Allah, which means to know that He is your Lord, He made you, He is in control of everything on earth, and you are going to helplessly go back to Him. Helplessly go back to Him, meaning the day you are in your last, no one and nothing will be able to delay you by a moment. Inna ajalallahi idha jaa la yu'akhkharu law kuntum ta'lamun. If only you knew, when the fixed time of Allah comes for you or for anything or anyone, it will not be delayed, not even by a moment. You gotta go, you gotta go. You could have had all the wealth on earth or all the health on earth, but your time is up, it's up. Something will happen to ensure that you're gone. So I need to be conscious of that all the time. All the time, I need to keep thinking about the fact that I came from somewhere, I am somewhere, and I'm going somewhere. Consciousness. But the fear of Allah, do I worship Allah because I'm scared of Him? Good question, right? When you're scared of someone, what type of a relationship would you have? So you need to put this fear of Allah into context. What is the context? There is a way of explaining it, or there are perhaps more than one way. There is more than one way of explaining it, perhaps. But here's one. So when you love someone, and you love them dearly, think about someone you love. You love them so much. I'm sure you guys have someone in your minds, right? Oh, the way you're nodding your head, I hope it's halal, bro. You have someone in your mind, I love this person so much, right? Would you do anything to hurt them? Would you do anything to be in their bad books so the relationship is disturbed? Would you do something like that? The answer is no. Why don't you want to do something? Because I don't want to spoil this relation that I have. Do you understand what I'm saying? So I fear spoiling the relationship with the one I love. So this fear is born out of tremendous love. Do you understand the point? Because I love Allah so much, I fear getting into the bad books. You see what I'm saying? So taqwa is an taj'ala baynaka wa bayna adhabillahi wiqaya. If you look at the deep explanation that some have given, they have said taqwa comes from the term wiqaya, which refers to a barrier. So create a barrier between you and what? That which displeases Allah or the punishment of Allah. I make a barrier. How do I make that barrier? Well, by doing the right things and staying away from the wrong things. As simple as that. So that is taqwa in essence. So Allah says, I have prescribed fasting so that your relationship with me can be on the highest level. you realize who I am, you worship me correctly, you become compassionate and all the other benefits of fasting, and at the end of that prescribed time, you should have achieved a better relationship with Allah. That's why they say, وَيْلٌ لِمَنْ أَدْرَكَ رَمَضَانَ فَلَمْ يُغْفَرْ لَهُ. You might have heard that one day the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, said Ameen thrice as he was climbing up the mimbar, the pulpit. And when he was asked later, he said, Jibreel made a few du'as and I was saying Ameen to them. What was one of the du'as? One of them was that, woe be upon the one who witnesses the month of forgiveness and doesn't achieve the forgiveness. Something is for sale, literally for sale, and you don't make use of it, yet you need it. Yesterday I gave the example, and I'd like to give it again, of Black Friday. Which month is Black Friday in? November. Everyone knows, right? Why do you know? You know because you wait for it. You know because I can't really afford some of the stuff through the year, but I'm going to mark it, I'm going to watch it, and I'm waiting for Black Friday because there's going to be some awesome specials. And as soon as the sale is announced, we are on our phones, we are on the laptops, and we're busy buying, and we want to be as quick as possible before it's sold out, and we've got what we wanted, and the next best thing is everything's delivered at home, and we feel rich. But what did we do? We achieved during a sale. I wanted something, but I got it at a quarter of the price. I got it at a song. Subhanallah. Forgiveness is on sale in Ramadan. You need it, I need it. In the same way, we sit and put on our phones all these reminders to remind us about a sale that is material. Surely it's more important to put the reminders to remind you about the sale of the forgiveness of Allah, the commencement of the month of Ramadan. Allah gives you beautiful, beautiful opportunities. As soon as the crescent is sighted, there is excitement. The ambience changes. Don't you agree? It feels amazing. There is a rohaniya, there is a beautiful spirituality that suddenly comes to life. It's the month of Ramadan, but we just saw the moon, or it was just announced. Before you know it, you're already in Salat al-Taraweeh, and everything's changed. What's that? That's a gift of Allah. The example of Black Friday is cheap, it's low, it's material. The example of Ramadan is the real example. But the question is, are you going to wait for Ramadan to seek forgiveness when you don't know if you're going to even witness Ramadan? Allahumma ballighna Ramadana. Oh Allah, grant us the acceptance to witness the month of Ramadan. In the interim, start seeking forgiveness now. I started off by saying, may Allah forgive us all. Did you hear the supplication? Because forgiveness, I want it, you want it. I'm a human, you're all human beings. I'm not only prone to error, but I make mistakes, and I'm a sinful slave of Allah, and so are all of us. Obviously, the level of sin differs from person to person, but you're a human. I am consoled by what Adam alayhi salam did. Do you know what that means? At least it makes me feel human. Allah told him not to do one thing, and that's exactly what he did. I'm not telling you to do something that Allah told you not to do, but the consolation is in the fact that Allah forgave him. As soon as Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala heard him seek that forgiveness, رَبَّنَا ظَلَمْنَا أَنفُسَنَا وَإِن لَمْ تَغْفِرْ لَنَا وَتَرْحَمْنَا لَنَكُونَنَّ مِنَ الْخَاسِرِينَ. Oh our Lord, we have wronged ourselves. We have wronged ourselves. And if you don't forgive us, and if you don't have mercy upon us, we will be from among the losers. We're going to lose. Oh Allah, we seek your mercy. Allah forgave him. What does that mean? That means part of the plan of Allah is to watch who is going to turn to him in repentance often. And so Shaitan came up with another plan. What was his plan? His plan was I'm going to make these people lose hope in the mercy of Allah. So you seek forgiveness, you're forgiven. And then shaitan comes to you and makes you think you're not forgiven. So you start believing that perhaps I am not forgiven. Allah's mercy will not encompass what I did. That itself is a bigger sin than the initial sin you committed, because now you're doubting a name or quality of Allah. Do you see what I'm saying? You're a human. You made a mistake. Allah's given you opportunity upon opportunity to seek forgiveness. Did you seek the forgiveness? The answer is yes. I sought it once and twice and thrice. Well, don't let shaitan trap you again by making you think that you're not forgiven. Subhanallah. How dare you doubt the mercy of Allah? You don't need to wait for Ramadan in order to seek forgiveness. As soon as a sin is committed, you ask Allah, oh Allah, I didn't do that out of defiance. I did that out of human weakness. I regret it. I won't do it again. Forgive me. Allah says you are forgiven. The first time you asked for forgiveness, your sin was already wiped out. You're taught to ask for forgiveness again and again, not because you're doubting the mercy of Allah, because that would grant you elevation in your status in the eyes of Allah. So don't doubt the mercy of Allah. Allah is Ghafoor, Rahim, Rahman. The fact that you are seeking forgiveness, there's no chance that Allah is going to punish you for a sin that you sought forgiveness from. Sincerely, whatever has happened in your past is exactly that. The past. P-A-S-T. That's what it is. Don't let it determine who you are today. You're a good person. You have goodness. Why do you think you're here listening to this? It's the house of Allah, not mine or yours. Would you ever attempt to visit a house of someone you didn't like? No way. Would you ever want to go to a house of a person you're not connected to and decide, I'm going to go there? When you're close to someone, you feel comfortable to walk in. When you come to the house of Allah, it's Allah who's allowed you to come here to feel comfortable. So you walk through the door and say, Allahumma aftah li abwaba rahmatik. Oh Allah, open for me the doors of your mercy. So Allah flings open the doors of mercy. You come in here, you fulfill your salah, you do some amazing, beautiful ibadah, worship for the sake of Allah. You listen to something that reminds you about Allah, that moves you, motivates you to become a better person. And if you want to become a better person, you need to value the iman you have. You need to value the Lord who created you, لَعَلَّكُمْ تَتَّقُونَ, so that you can achieve consciousness of Allah. A lot of acts of worship were prescribed in order for us to develop a better relationship with Allah, fasting being one of them. When I translate لَعَلَّكُمْ تَتَّقُونَ, I say in order for you to develop the correct relationship with Allah. What is that relationship? It's a relationship of a worshipper and his Lord, a slave and the master. We are slaves of Allah. I put my head on the ground, but only and solely for the one who made me, no one else. I can never imagine putting my head on the ground in that position or posture for anyone or anything besides my maker. That's it. When I go down on my forehead, I say, Subhana Rabbi al-A'la, sajada wajhi lilladhi khalaqahu. My face has been put onto the ground in prostration for He who made it. Amazing. Look at that taqwa. You should be thankful to Allah for giving you an opportunity to put your head in the highest level of submission, which is closest to Allah. Sujood, the prostration. أَقْرَبُ مَا يَكُونُ الْعَبْدُ لِرَبِّهِ وَهُوَ سَاجِدٌ. The closest that a slave is to his Lord is when he is in prostration. Brothers and sisters, take your time in sujood. Take your time in prostration. You're close to Allah, the closest you could ever be. Take your time in sujood. From now on, be conscious of the fact that when I am down there, I'm the closest to Allah. Don't just rush through your prostration. It's Allah. So when you seek the forgiveness of Allah, on one hand, Allah's forgiven you. Have you changed? The answer should be, yes, I've changed. I don't want to do this. If human weakness makes you falter once again, do not despair. Repeat the drill, subhanallah. Repeat it again to say, oh Allah, I regret it. Do you really regret it? Yes, I do. But it's the second time I've done this, but I regret it again. And you know what? I don't want to do this. I will not do it, oh Allah. I'm determined. Forgive me. You are my Lord. I have no option but to return to you. You are the greatest. You made me. In the first place, I didn't even ask to be made. You made me. You put me. You gave me. You controlled everything about me. You decided my color, my race, my family, whatever else, my surroundings. You decided so many factors for me. Oh Allah, I am your slave. I depend on you wholly, totally and solely. Have mercy on me. Have mercy on me. If Allah knows the ants that are under the rocks, do you think He doesn't know you? He knows you personally. He knows your problems, your name. He knows everything about you more than you know about yourself. If I were to ask you how many of your grandfathers can you mention, I think the most knowledgeable from amongst us will not go beyond 8. Anyone knows more than 8 of their grandparents? Put up your hands. I see 1, 2. By the way, 8 is not the past tense of eat, it's a number. Yes, so 1 person. What about the rest of us? They probably know 9 or maybe 10. Beyond that, who knows? You don't even know where you come from, subhanallah. And you think you know everything. La ilaha illallah. Do you know you and I came from the same person? Do you know that? Who was he? His name was Nuh, may peace be upon him. I heard some of you say Adam. Yeah, Adam is right. But Nuh alayhi salam, and they came from Adam. So Adam and then Nuh, and we're all the family of Nuh. If you didn't know that, you know it today. And I mentioned the other day that it wouldn't be wrong for you to say you're from the family of a prophet. You can say, I'm from the family of a prophet. Who was the prophet? Nuh alayhi salam. وَجَعَلْنَا ذُرِّيَّتَهُ هُمُ الْبَاقِينَ. When Allah speaks about the destruction that happened at the time, He says, we made His family the ones who remained. So His progeny was the only one that actually continued thereafter. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala have mercy on us. But closer to that, a lot of us, 15 fathers up, we probably meet at one person, but you don't know, I don't know. Do you realize that? We're related, by the way. Smile, my brother. The next time you see me, say, that's my uncle. But my brothers, my sisters, it's factual. We are connected. We should be feeling that importance. The person sitting next to you right now, guess what? If you have a connection with Allah, you will realize that the same Allah I'm trying to impress made this guy here sitting next to me, or this person sitting on the other side. The same Allah made that person. So if I want to impress Allah, I got to just be good to what Allah's made, right? Allah made these other people here. You don't like this guy, you don't like that guy, but why? Because Allah made them. Even if they are wrong, you got to try and correct them with a beautiful mannerism, in a nice way, but you got to develop some form of contact with them. You go onto the street. Who are those people on the street? Are they not creatures of the same Allah that you're trying to impress? So you're saying Subhanallah, Alhamdulillah, Astaghfirullah, La ilaha illallah. While walking on the street, you're praising Allah, but someone that Allah made that walked past you, you spat in their direction. What was the point? What was the point? Did you achieve taqwa? Did you understand the relationship with Allah? You got to start fasting. You know why? When you fast and you're a little bit hungry, many things happen. Many things happen. You start thinking of food, and then you realize I'm not allowed to eat. And then you start thinking of those who don't have food at all. And then you have a bit of compassion. And then you're taught in another verse, be charitable. The reward is increased in Ramadan. Be charitable. So you put your hands in your pocket and you start taking out £1 or £2 or $1 or $2, whatever it may be. Who do you give it to? Someone who doesn't have what you have. Allah tells you, you're a human, we made you. وَاللَّهُ فَضَّلَ بَعْضَكُمْ عَلَى بَعْضٍ فِي الرِّزْقِ. Allah has given some virtue over others in sustenance as well. Some of us are more knowledgeable than others. Some of us are wealthier than others. Why? It's a test. When Allah gives you more than you need, He wants you to share that excess with someone, others who don't have. That's what makes you conscious of Allah. We're on earth together. Imagine if 5 guys were stuck on an island and 2 guys found a tree with mangoes and they collected 50 mangoes and they started eating, and the other 3 were looking at them. But there's only 5 of you on the island. Are you going to say, guys, you guys can die, we're going to be having these mangoes? It doesn't happen. Because there's only 5 of you and so many mangoes, it's only correct for you to say, let's share. Subhanallah. Do you see what I'm saying? We need to survive together. This earth, we were all placed on it. Your right to existence on earth is equivalent to mine. It's equivalent to mine. What brought me on here is the same thing that brought you on here. Subhanallah. But man forgets. Because why? He's either wealthier, he's either healthier, he perhaps may be more good looking, he might have a better job, or she, or whatever else it may be. You might have a better scenario, you might have a slightly more luxurious life, and so what? You think you're bigger and you're better. Reach out to others. Had it not been for the poor, you would never have been able to give a charity. So be thankful Allah's kept a few people who are poor so that you can give. As a Muslim, you should get a kick out of giving. You know what that means? Sorry, no. As a Muslim, you should be excited about giving. I didn't realize I'm in the UK. Kick means something else. But as a Muslim, you should be happy, you should be excited. Something should move you to a certain level of joy to say, you know what, I gave. Alhamdulillah, I'm happy. I had £1,000, I've given away £50, £100, done. I'm so happy. MashaAllah, I helped someone who didn't have. There are some who do that. Some who give more than they are supposed to give in terms of compulsory giving. You know, the zakat is a small percentage. What have you given more than zakat? Zakat was always Allah's. It belonged to Him in the first place. If you gave it, it's okay. You get a reward for fulfilling it. But do you want to give more? Give more. How much more are you going to give? That's from you now. May Allah open our doors. So that's what fasting should do to you. It makes you start thinking of others and people and reaching out to them. Muslims become compassionate. They start giving. They start, mashallah, thinking about people who don't have, the homeless, those who don't have food or drink. And then the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, speaks about the reward of being the one who gave the food to the one who's trying to open his fast at the end of the day. If you have given that person something to open their fast with at the time of sunset, you get a reward of their fast. Hence, people go around telling people, will you open your fast with us? Will you open your fast with us? Usually the term used is to break your fast, but I want to use the term open fast because we don't want to break it. We want to keep it intact, right? We say open the fast. So will we open the fast together? And mashallah, we're happy because we get the reward of it. But I tell you what, at the same time, taqwa and that consciousness of Allah, that relationship with Allah should make you care for the person. Care for one another. What's the point of feeding you but I hate you inside? I'm jealous of you. I'm envious of the fact that you have something I don't have. For what? Allah gave you, didn't He? Allah's provided for you, didn't He? Help people. Reach out to them. Speaking with respect to a creature of Allah would probably earn you paradise. Did you hear what I just said? Speak with respect. Kind words. What does it cost you? You go home and your own parents, you speak to them as though they're not even fit to be spoken to. Such derogatory words. Why? What did it cost you to disagree with them if they needed disagreement, but with utmost respect? Your parents are not angels. They're humans just like you and I. Your you are duty bound to respect them, to be kind to them, not necessarily to obey the wrong instructions they might give you. But if your parent has said something wrong, or they have asked you to do something outside what Allah has ordained, you can respectfully disagree. Look what Allah says in the Quran. وَإِن جَاهَدَاكَ عَلَىٰ أَن تُشْرِكَ بِي مَا لَيْسَ لَكَ بِهِ عِلْمٌ فَلَا تُطِعْهُمَا وَصَاحِبْهُمَا فِي الدُّنْيَا مَعْرُوفًا. If they are trying to make you do something in the disobedience of Allah, such as association or partnership with Allah, then you don't obey their instruction. But immediately Allah says, but live with them with goodness, with kindness. You still got to live with your parents, even though they may belong to another faith. You've got to be kind. You've got to be respectful. You tell your father, I disagree with you. Look at Ibrahim alayhi salam. It's a beautiful example. And the reason I'm giving this is, in the run-up to Ramadan, we've got to develop our character. Because if you fast and your character is not up to scratch, you may be decreasing the reward or getting a sin rather than being rewarded. And I'll explain that in a few moments. But let me get to Ibrahim alayhi salam. His father used to carve the idols. His father was definitely far off what he was on. He was on the straight and narrow. Now, the father threatens him and tells him, we will do this to you, we will do that to you, we're going to burn you, we're going to kick you out, we're going to whatever, we're going to whatever. You know what he says? يا أبت إني قد جاءني من العلم ما لم يأتك فاتبعني أهدك صراطا سويا. Do those sound like swear words? Does that sound derogatory? Does it sound disrespectful? He says, Ya abati, oh my father, knowledge has come to me that didn't come to you. So follow me and I'll guide you, I'll show you the path. Ya abati la ta'budi shaytan. Inna ash-shaytana kana lir-rahmani 'asiya. Oh my Lord, oh my father, do not follow shaitan. Don't follow shaitan, for indeed he is transgressive against the most merciful. So he's mentioning the mercy of Allah, the quality of mercy of Allah. What respect does he have? Yet the disagreement was big. Very big disagreement. His father tried on so many occasions and actually executed the threat. Allah saved him. Didn't accept the message. Did Allah say, swear him, disrespect him? Because he was a creature of Allah. Perhaps his disobedience is a test for you. May Allah grant us goodness. So in Ramadan, if you fast and stay away from food and drink, but you don't bother about your character and conduct, your moral standing and your speech, do you know what Allah says? Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam, may peace be upon him, says, من لم يدع قول الزور والعمل به والجهل فليس لله حاجة في أن يدع طعامه وشرابه. Whoever has not quit foul speech, false witness, bad language, and so on, and the utterance of that which is false and bad words, bad character, conduct, etc. while fasting, if they haven't quit that, then they should know that Allah Almighty is not in need of them having stayed away from food and drink through the day. What was the point? They achieved nothing. Do you really think Allah achieves something by you not eating or drinking? Nothing. It's you who achieves. What was the point? The point is لَعَلَّكُمْ تَتَّقُونَ, in order that you achieve the consciousness of Allah. So if you're not going to be holistically conscious of Allah in Ramadan, what's the point? I want to drive home something today. Many of us lose our temper in Ramadan, especially when the fast is long and it's probably the last third of the match. When I say the match, I mean, your 90 minutes, it's almost the end, there's excitement, mashallah, and you're almost there and suddenly something happens and you just lose it. What happened? Shaitan made you get angry. He wants to spoil your fast. You might argue, but where is Shaitan? He's supposed to be tied up. Well, there are so many explanations of that. Either you become a little devil, or the major shayateen are locked up, but the little ones are causing all the disaster. That's also an explanation. You see? May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala protect us. Or shaitan's effect already from wherever he's tied up may be impacting on you. Who knows? Nowadays, we probably are connected to each other, but I'm not even there. But I can have an impact on you through what? Maybe through the internet. I'm not saying shaitan uses the net, but he appears on it. I promise you he does. May Allah Almighty protect us all. So the hadith says, when you are fasting, you don't swear, you don't commit immorality, you don't do any of these things. And if someone comes and swears you, what are you supposed to say? You're supposed to not even respond to them in a negative way. You just say, Inni sa'im. You know what? I'm fasting. That should switch the debate off. Someone swears you. For example, road rage happens a lot. And this guy rolls down his window and starts swearing, and you swear back and whatever, you just thumbs up. Khalas. Why? I'm fasting, bro. So what if it looks like you've lost the debate? It's okay. In the eyes of Allah, I won it. I was fasting. I'm not going to spoil my fast. They're going to think you're a little bit crazy. But you're not. You're a stronger person. لَيْسَ الشَّدِيدُ بِالصُّرَعَةِ إِنَّمَا الشَّدِيدُ الَّذِي يَمْلِكُ نَفْسَهُ عِنْدَ الْغَضَبِ. Strong person is not he who out-wrestles the other. I'll pump you up, my brother. I'll beat you up. Watch out. Don't see six-pack. Trust me, some of the guys with six-packs have been beaten up by people with one big family pack. It doesn't mean you have muscle so you can out-wrestle. Some of the guys are big. They might not be that muscular, but they might push you down. You will be surprised. May Allah grant us ease. A truly powerful person is he who can control his temper. That's why when you are a top wrestler or a top fighter, a lot of the times the trainers will say you need a lot of patience because you can beat up someone so badly if you lose your cool. Just be calm. So you find the black belt and the guys who are top notch, they're calm. You might swear him, he'll smile at you. Swear him again, he'll smile at you. Touch him, he'll just say, hey, leave me alone. Touch him again, he'll say, hey, leave me alone. Third time, he might say, listen, this is the last warning. He's giving you so much time. Why? Because he knows he can throttle you in a few seconds. And then when you cross the line, in 2 seconds, you're on the ground with a broken jaw, you don't know what happened. But brother, you kept on going and kept on going and kept on going, and you just got to me. But the good point was the level of tolerance was very high. Very, very high. We are taught that when that is happening, in Ramadan especially, when someone provokes you, walk away from the provocation. Walk away from it. One of the young boys was telling me, I get very angry in Ramadan, but it just doesn't go. So he says, what's the sunnah when you get angry? So I told him, well, outside of Ramadan, it would be good to have a sip of water perhaps. It would be good to sit down perhaps. He says, but I wish we could just drink water if we were angry only, during Ramadan, because what's the point? You have to control yourself. It's the heat of the belly, the heat of the head, the heat of outside, the length of the fast, whatever else it may be. You'll be rewarded greatly when you cool yourself down in the heat of that fast. So please, my brothers, my sisters, in the run-up to Ramadan, we are going to seek forgiveness. We're already going to start speaking to people with greater respect. We also would like to listen to the Quran. It's a month of the Quran. Do you know the Quran has such beauty in it? It is extremely therapeutic to the soul and the heart, the mind as well. When you are stressed or anything, if you listen to recitation, you will find there are so many types of reciters. All of us have a favorite reader, maybe, a few of them sometimes. We could be changing favorite reciters from time to time, no problem. It's up to you. No one's going to say no. Good reader, mashallah, soothes me. I love this recitation. Someone else might find a different reciter more soothing and so on. Don't you realize it's a gift of Allah that people's recitations are different? It's a gift of Allah. Why? Because all of our temperaments are different, and here we are with so many different types of recitations. So you just hear a soothing recital and you're calm. Get to a masjid where you will be calmed and enjoy listening to the word of Allah, because in it there is cure. Ya ayyuhan nasu qad ja'atkum maw'izatun min rabbikum wa shifa'un lima fi as-sudur. More than one verse of the Quran describes the Quran as having cure in it. O people, what has come to you, this revelation, what does it have in it? It has in it a reminder from your Lord and cure for that which is in the bosom, in the heart. Subhanallah. So when you listen to the Quran, it cures you of sicknesses, physical as well as spiritual, without you knowing sometimes. You didn't know, but you were cured of it. And when you read the Quran, it's even more powerful. It protects you. Imagine there are verses that if you were to read them, they would create an armor around you from the devil, from the jinn, from perhaps evil eye, from black magic and so on. But we don't bother reading those verses. Ramadan is a month of the Quran. Start from now, my brothers and sisters, reading a verse a day, 2 verses a day, a page a day. Is it too much? No. Start off your day with a verse of the Quran. Your life will change. Your sustenance will increase. The money you have will multiply. When you spend, there will still be a lot of change. Why? I start every day with the name of Allah, and with the words of Allah, and with prayer to Allah. Subhanallah. So Allah gives us a month. We're talking about it. I'm just talking about Ramadan. And look, the preparation for it, the run up to Ramadan. Let's cleanse ourselves, because I don't know if I'm going to get there. But inshallah, if I make a good intention, oh Allah, let me witness Ramadan. I'm going to fast properly. I'm going to do all my salah, my Quran, my extra ibadah and so on. I want to do i'tikaf perhaps, which means to hold yourself within the masjid within the last 10 days or whatever days I'm going to manage. Oh Allah, accept it from me. I've made all these plans and intentions, and guess what? I pass away before Ramadan. Allah says, we will write for you the full reward of whatever you intended in terms of goodness. All written. You pass away and all your Ramadan plans. But one thing you can't do, you can't plan to seek forgiveness in the future. Do you know what that means? I say, oh Allah, inshallah, when Ramadan starts, I'm going to seek forgiveness. For now, just leave me in the clubs. It doesn't work that way. That has to start now. You're seeking forgiveness, it must start today, and it must continue into Ramadan. You can't plan to delay repentance to Allah. People say, and I've given this example before, people say, well, I'm still young. When I turn 50, I'll go for Hajj and inshallah we'll stop everything. For now, I'm just enjoying life. No way. I've asked people, can you afford Hajj? They say, yes. Are you able to go? Yes. Well, why aren't you going? They say, because I'm still young. I'm still young, so I'm not going, because when I go for Hajj, then I'm going to have to quit all this and all that. No, you can't do that. Allah decides when you're going to go by giving you the means and the capacity to go. وَلِلَّهِ عَلَى النَّاسِ حِجُّ الْبَيْتِ مَنِ اسْتَطَاعَ إِلَيْهِ سَبِيلًا. Allah has made it compulsory to go for Hajj for those who are able and capable to undertake the journey. So if you have the capacity, who gave you the capacity? Allah. You have the money, who gave you the money? Allah. So He's decided when you're going to go. If you delay unnecessarily, you're sinful. Yes, if there was a restriction or you didn't get a visa or something, Allah will not hold it against you, but you tried. May Allah Almighty grant us goodness. So this month of Ramadan that is about to come, let's become charitable from now. From now, we must be charitable. Learn to give a little bit. Why should I give today, for example, or tomorrow, or within the coming weeks, run up to Ramadan? Because of a few reasons. Number one, I don't know if I'm going to witness Ramadan. If there is a need right now, you've got £5 in your pocket, or £1 or $1, you can give it. There is a need right now, I've got the money, I don't need to wait for Ramadan when there is a pressing need. Subhanallah. You may give. You don't know if you're going to witness Ramadan, but if your calculations are happening in the month of Ramadan and that's how it works and so on, you already have an intention that inshallah I'm going to sort all of this out. Allah will reward you for that too. I told the brothers from Abdullah Aid, so you know what, bring the buckets, bring whatever you want, let's take them to the masjid, and inshallah everyone will give £1 or 2 or 3, whatever they may give. And inshallah, we can all earn a good reward. And here I am encouraging you, so I'm going to get the biggest reward, inshallah. You see? Give £1. Is it going to affect the price of eggs in China? May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala grant us ease. May Allah grant us goodness. My brothers, my sisters, this deen, this religion is so beautiful. It teaches us goodness, kindness, compassion, closeness to your Maker, a very high level of morality, a beautiful level of character and conduct, how to speak to people, how to talk to people. I challenge you to improve the way you speak to your family members. I said parents earlier, but I want to tell you, the guys seated in front of me, if you're married, how you speak to your wife. And the women who might listen to this, how you speak to your husband. Wallahi, it plays a big role in how much of the mercy of Allah descends upon you. Why do you want to swear? Why do you want to raise your voice and show that you are the boss when you're really not the boss? Allah is the boss. Subhanallah. Those who work for you or under you, how dare you speak to them in a derogatory way? Allah could have swapped that around a long time back, and He might still do it. And then you have others who will do the same to you and you won't even manage. No matter how young you are or how old you are, speak to people with respect. Be helpful. Be kind. I'm reading the Quran with the same tongue I'm swearing with. How? How can I read the Quran or do the dhikr and remembrance of Allah, repeat subhanallah, alhamdulillah, astaghfirullah, la ilaha illallah, on one hand, and on the other hand I'm swearing? What type of worship of Allah is that? I start off my salah by saying Allahu Akbar, Allah is the greatest, and here I am thinking I'm the greatest. Astaghfirullah. Yes. Your children, your brothers and sisters and so on, Allah's placed them as your brothers and sisters. I told you the person sitting next to you is a creature of Allah. What about your family members? Allah made that connection. Did you decide, listen, I want this brother, this sister? You didn't. Allah gave you. Some of them might be very difficult to get along with. Some of them impossible to get along with. Maintain a distance if need be, but respectful distance. You don't need to become ugly about it. You see? Sometimes it's very hard to have a relationship with a tough person. Really difficult, toxic. I can't manage. It's just something so stressful. It's so taxing. Well, there's no harm in keeping a safe distance, but a respectful one. Keep your peace. This is all taqwa. It is all the consciousness of Allah, developing the correct relationship with Allah. My salah is in order, my fasting is in order, my zakah is in order. We spoke about hajj and we spoke about la ilaha illallah, worshipping Allah alone. And I remember mentioning sujood. When you go into sujood, only and solely for Allah. We worship none other than Allah. These are the 5 pillars of Islam. We've spoken about them today in the run up to Ramadan, in this beautiful masjid. I think it's called 6 Kings or... It's called 7 Kings, by the way. Okay. I must have missed one. Well, who knows, it could have been called 8 kings. Maybe one was a queen. But anyway, so may Allah grant us ease and goodness and open our doors and have mercy on us. May Allah give us all the reason to smile and to be happy on the day of judgment when our books will be given to us on the right hand, inshallah. And my brothers and sisters, I want to say something interesting as I close. As I close, I want to say something interesting. And that is, all of us here are human beings. You need to constantly work on yourself. You have a temper, constantly work on it. You have a bad habit, constantly work on it. Remind yourself, admit that, you know what, I need to quit this bad habit, and constantly work on it. If you fall, come back again. Promise Allah again. Many people are hooked onto looking at the wrong things on their phones without mentioning exactly what. But if you're hooked onto looking at the wrong things, you know what? The same eyes that Allah's blessed you with, the same eyes that Allah has given you, imagine, these eyes are such a great gift of Allah. If you were to study what the eye is all about, it's mind-boggling. There's no point in looking at things that displease Allah. Because you're a human, you might have fallen or you may still fall. If that happens, just turn back to Allah. Have hope in Allah. But don't let shaitan make you believe or make you think for a moment that you're outside of the mercy of Allah. Because Allah says, لا تقنطوا من رحمة الله. Don't ever lose hope in the mercy of Allah. If Allah says that, we all have hope. Ramadan is a month of forgiveness, and this is why that dua was, destruction be or woe upon the one who witnesses the month of Ramadan and doesn't achieve forgiveness. Because Allah's giving the forgiveness. I need it, you need it. May Allah forgive us before Ramadan. May Allah bless every one of us. May Allah grant us ease. I would like to mention the brothers and sisters who were waiting outside because the place was full for a while. And mashallah, they waited for quite a while. I was uneasy even during Salah, thinking of the brothers and the sisters who were standing in queues outside and how cold it is. And I said, may Allah grant them Jannah without reckoning. Wallahi, I felt it because I know the masjid has a certain capacity. It's impossible to have more than that. And there were people standing in queues waiting for us to complete our salah. May Allah reward you for every moment that you stood out there. May Allah alleviate your struggles, your suffering. May Allah grant you good health. And may Allah give you all the good things in this world and the next. أقول قولي هذا وصلى الله وسلم وبارك على نبينا محمد.
Where use? You get use?
Yes, I get use.
This is the program where they give you the use where they happen all about the country.
Inside where use, we go take you text, Facebook and WhatsApp message. You complain where you go send us letter to the producer. We dey announce about things them working lost and plenty more.
We are there all about the country. But you self help for being the use that you area.
Where use? The original program where they give you updates.
Where use? You get use?
Yes, I get use.
Discover Sierra Leone, a hidden gem of West Africa, where the rhythms of life dance in harmony with the beauty of nature.
Feel the heartbeat of our culture in every beat of the drum, in every step of the dance.
Experience the tranquility of our shores, where each sunrise brings new stories and endless possibilities.
Immerse yourself in the vibrant tapestry of our daily life, where every color tells a tale and every face a friend.
Come, be enchanted by the sights and sounds of Sierra Leone.
A place where your adventure awaits
and memories are made.
A place cannot produce poems. It can only not prevent them. And Freetown is good at that, for Freetown has its own sudden elegances. People are slow to leave it, quick to return. And there are others who come for a year or two and stay for a lifetime, sensing that they found a city that is in the world, yet sufficiently on the edge of it to have a different resonance. Let me tell you something about this city. All of us, we're all just passing through, and we've all been here forever. Those who came, those who stayed, those who never returned.
Welcome to News Hour. I am Mariatu Dukuri. Coming up in this edition, Sierra Leone's Female Parliamentary Caucus commemorates Orange Day. SLBC and RIKE assigns Memorandum of Understanding to promote transparency and accountability in information dissemination. And Sierra Leone Council for Postgraduate Colleges of Health Specialties hold maiden annual general and scientific meeting. These stories and more line up in this edition of News Hour after this quick break. Welcome back. You're watching News Hour. The Sierra Leone Female Parliamentary Caucus, together with Westminster Foundation and other partners, have commemorated the Orange Day and International Women's Day. During the commemoration, the leader of the opposition in Parliament, Honorable Abdul Kagbo, said that the importance of commemorating the Orange Day was to liberate women undergoing the perils of abuse and neglect by society. Dennis Fraser reports.
This is what we are telling our people, that they should invest.
The two-in-one event, which coincided with the launch of the Female Parliamentary Caucus's strategic plan for 2024 to 2030, featured high-level statements and commitments, stakeholder engagement, panel discussions, policy document launch, networking, and informal engagement. According to the Vice President of the Female Parliamentary Caucus, Honorable Rosemary Bangura, the gathering was a call to action and a reminder that while there had been remarkable progress made, there was still more work to be done on greater female representation, acceleration of action, and for intensifying efforts to foster collaboration for women's empowerment and development.
We have been doing so many work. The caucus, if I stand here to give a record of all what we've done, we will not be able to close. But the women here, the women that we have met, have been doing tremendously well.
In his goodwill message to the caucus, the country director of Westminster Foundation for Development, Reverend Alusen Damon Suma, noted that they were steadfast in their partnership with Parliament to work not only with the resilience and passion of female members of Parliament, but for breaking barriers and inequality and for striving towards the development of the nation.
Today, as the Female Caucus launches also its strategic plan, we celebrate a roadmap that will further enhance their impact in not just Parliament but the nation as a whole. We're also working towards building their capacities through technical trainings, mentorship programs, and strategic policy engagement.
Delivering the keynote on the theme Accelerating Action, Strengthening Women's Leadership and Civic Engagement for Inclusive Governance, the leader of the opposition in Parliament, Honorable Abdul Kagbo, said that Sierra Leone cannot be developed if women continue to face harsh treatment in the hands of some cruel men. Thus, the need for creating an equal opportunity for all women, regardless.
Of course, Parliament has legislated several laws to protect women, to liberate women who are unjustly treated, women who are suffering from gender-based violence, women who cannot speak all by themselves. This is a gathering of elite women who are well positioned to ensure they take concrete action.
Various speakers, including the British High Commissioner to Sierra Leone, Josephine God, spoke on the importance of gender equality, stressing that parliamentarians play a critical role in securing the future of women and for making sure the country thrives in stability. The aim of the Sierra Leone Female Parliamentary Caucus is to improve the effectiveness of women members of Parliament through enhancement of their capacity to participate and influence legislative processes and by providing mutual support. SLBC, Dennis Fraser reporting.
The Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation, SLBC, and the Right to Access Information Commission, RIKE, have signed a memorandum of understanding to deepen information dissemination across Sierra Leone. This partnership is expected to strengthen the country's media landscape and promote transparency and accountability in line with their shared goals. Esther Susanette Bassi was there and sent in this report.
Thank you so much.
The signing of the MOU between the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation and the Rights to Access Information Commission was seen as a huge move towards the dissemination of credible and factual information in the country. The Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation was established by an Act of Parliament in 2010 with its mission to provide independent and impartial broadcasting, whose key objectives include the provision of reliable information, education, and entertainment that represents diverse opinions of the Sierra Leonean public. Madam Josephine Kamara, the Director General of SLBC, emphasized the importance of the MOU agreement, highlighting how it aligns with the institution's responsibilities and mandates.
But what we have done as a team is really worked on both sides to develop a strategic level agreement, which we call a Memorandum of Understanding, cover RAIC's programs and events free of cost as agreed, including providing media coverage and broadcasting as necessary, facilitates training sessions and workshops for SLBC staff organized by RAIC. So the trainings we will facilitate in-house or wherever they choose to be. This, like I said, is a one-year term. Either party may terminate this MOU by providing 30 days written notice to the other party, and 30 days is bolded.
Similarly, Dr. Ibrahim Siaga, the chairman of RAIAC, spoke on the Commission's role and responsibilities in relation to the SLBC. He affirmed that RAIAC is committed to upholding the principles of access to information, which aligns with the objectives of the SLBC.
The first responsibility is to provide content for the RAIC Hour program, including scripts, guest speakers, and relevant information related to access to information and transparency initiatives. The second one is supply public notices, radio and TV jingles where necessary, and press releases for airing by SLBC. The third one is offering training programs for SLBC staff, including training on the Right to Access Information Act, media laws, and ethical reporting. The fourth and final one is ensure the timely payment for the discounted rates agreed with SLBC, payment for broadcasts to be made on a monthly basis on the receipt of an invoice from the SLBC Commercial Department.
The signing of this MOU represents a positive step towards improving information accessibility in Sierra Leone. Both the SLBC and RAIAC expressed dedication to work together and ensure that citizens have easy access to diverse and accurate information, thereby contributing to a more informed and engaged public. For SLBC News Hour, Esther Susanette Bassi reporting.
The Minister of Mines and Mineral Resources, Julius Daniel Matai, has delivered a keynote at the 10th Powering Africa Summit, highlighting the transformative impact of U.S.-Africa energy partnerships on Sierra Leone's energy sector. He underscored the pivotal role of the Power Africa initiative, which through the $44.4 million Millennium Challenge Corporation MCC grant has strengthened Sierra Leone's regulatory, water and electricity sectors. He celebrated the U.S. International Development Finance Corporation, DFC's $412 million investment in the Nant Energy Gas-to-Power project, a landmark initiative that will double Sierra Leone's energy capacity with a new 105-megawatt thermal plant. Looking ahead, Matai spotlighted Sierra Leone's $480 million MCC compact launched in 2024, which aims to provide electricity to 4.6 million people through key transmission, distribution, and reform projects. And now, Sierra Leone Council for Postgraduate Colleges of Health Specialties maiden annual inaugural general meeting of scientific meeting is ongoing at the Freetown City Council Auditorium in Freetown with the theme postgraduate medical education in Sierra Leone. The council is made up of physicians, surgeons, nurses, midwives and pharmacists from the postgraduate colleges in the country. Howard Williams has the story.
For the first time in the history of Sierra Leone, medical doctors, pharmacists, nurses and midwives are trained in specialized medical fields and promoted in postgraduate studies to be deployed across the country. The chairman of the council, Professor Sir Moses Gevao, emphasized that the Council for Postgraduate Colleges of Health Specialties Act was enacted in 2016 to supervise and coordinate the training of postgraduate health specialists and to provide for other related matters. He said it is comprised of the 3 colleges for nursing and midwifery, physicians and surgeons, and the College of Pharmacy. He said these constituent colleges provided specialized medical training that will target the 7.9 million people of Sierra Leone with their motto, "Let knowledge conquer disease."
Primary examinations have been conducted in all the colleges. Currently, 122 residents have been registered with the 3 colleges for training in various specialties. College of Physicians and Surgeons, 74. Nursing and Midwifery, 37, and Pharmacy, 11.
The Deputy Minister of Health, too, Dr. Jalikatu Mustafa, cited that the establishment of these colleges is a commitment towards building their resilience and that these institutions are a pillar of excellence and achievement for the government and the people of Sierra Leone. She thanked the Council for their commitment in training medical professionals in contributing towards the country's healthcare delivery. Minister of Technical and Higher Education, Dr. Hajar Ramatulai Wuri, commended representatives from Liberia, Ghana, and Nigeria for their contributions towards a sustainable collaboration in the health sector in the West African region. The meeting, she said, is a testament to their collective dedication in enhancing such initiatives on healthcare demand in the country. WHO representative in Sierra Leone, Dr. George Ame, emphasized the Council's achievements since its establishment and the role WHO has contributed to the health sector. He cited the SDGs Universal Health Care and the National Hospital Strategy, noting Sierra Leone is one of the countries undergoing the National Labor Market Analysis on the universal health coverage. He said they are presently working with the government on digital health by providing experts and assured the Council of their continuous support. Keynote speaker, Deputy Minister of Health 1, Minister of Health, Professor Charles Senesi, said that government is determined to empower the medical sector by providing evidence-based medical facilities and to improve medical infrastructure. He emphasized strong supply chain management, pointing out that they are committed to human capital development and extended his appreciation to the Sierra Leone Council for Postgraduate Colleges of Health Specialties for their relentless efforts in collaboration towards the knowledge base by fostering change in the medical sector.
A pivotal meeting focused on the promotion for pro-poor growth for peace consolidation and youth employment GPCYE project has taken place in Moyamba district. Stakeholders dedicated to improving the livelihoods of farmers in the region were in attendance, and Stella Bangura went along and sent in this report.
The 17.5 million euros project, funded by BMZ through the German Development Bank KfW, is set to make significant impacts in Bo, Bonth and Moyamba districts. It strives to alleviate the challenges faced by local farmers, particularly those related to essential infrastructure such as feeder roads and rice cultivation efforts, and to support government's feed saloon.
We want to address especially the areas where there is a need to really improve the overall infrastructure, particularly for the smaller farmers, and to support the government and its ambitions to drive forward particularly the feed saloon strategy, but also all five big priorities. So the project not only feeds into feeds alone, it also feeds into youth employment.
Before it was
GPC, but now the component of YE came about because His Excellency, the President, Dr. Julius Maada had assured us in this nation that he wants to employ up to 500,000 youths. And so whatever we are doing at NACSA or the government of Sierra Leone, we want to ensure that our youth are part of the implementation.
During the meeting, participants engaged in thorough discussions regarding the selection criteria for chiefdoms, ensuring an equitable approach to project implementation. The collaborative atmosphere fostered by the National Commission for Social Action, NACSA, allowed for diverse inputs from community leaders, local government officials, and stakeholders, all geared towards enhancing agricultural productivity and boosting local economies.
So we are requesting that this project should not just stop at where they are not going to start, but it should spread across the district.
As we talk about agriculture, the only way where we will derive the value chain of agriculture is when we don't get a good road network. The amenities the work that don't outline for we today, what we don't see, I think say very essential for we. And the timing for level implementer, because without these amenities, then we go and then not able to achieve what they want to achieve.
The project comprises infrastructure development, training and capacity building, and maintenance and monitoring. The project focuses on supporting 3 agricultural value chains: rice, vegetables, and cocoa and coffee. They will be constructing basic infrastructures like grain stores with ancillary facilities, cocoa centers, boreholes, and water towers using intensive works, thereby providing employment for youths in rural communities. The meeting saw the presentation on the selection of the proposed chiefdoms, with Moyamba having 2 clusters, inclusive of Kori, Kowa, and Kamaje for Cluster 1, and Manudase, Fakunia, and Kayamba for Cluster 2, as the selected chiefdoms for the project's implementation. SLBC News, Stella Bangura reporting.
Access to proper healthcare and other basic social amenities remains a huge challenge for many people in communities across Sierra Leone, and it is especially difficult for rural communities where poverty potentially compounds the problem. This is the exact problem that the people at Kamakumba, Koinadugu district are faced with, a community of 18 villages that can only boast of a tiny, under-equipped and under-resourced health post. The SLBC's Nyandewa Taranka traveled to Kamakumba and compiled this report.
This is Kapaki Maternal and Child Health Post in Kamakumba village, a facility meant to serve thousands, yet it is not only tiny and under-equipped, it is also struggling for essential medical supplies. The whole village itself is short of connectivity, making communication difficult if not impossible. Patients from surrounding villages have to walk more than 8 miles to get here. Before the construction of this health post, people at Kamakumba and those in nearby villages used to walk for miles to get to the nearest health center. That journey was particularly painful and dangerous for pregnant women who will often go into labor on their way to the facility.
It may not happen. Sunday, when I put on Pahamo on the way from Obafu, they either die in a road or born a road. The previous time, I worked and they worked from here to Obafu, they went at 12 miles.
Ramatulem Ansari said she gave birth on her way to the clinic because she could not reach on time.
They suffer back here for hospital. Now village they are born, not going to hospital because the place is far.
There are no proper beds. Patients have to be laid down on wooden benches, and pregnant women in labor have to be laid down on raffia mats due to the lack of the living beds. Medications are scarce, making treatment almost impossible.
So we not get no furniture, no get bed. The woman we want get and drape as soon as they sit on a bench, they will improvise. Don't, if you want to deliver, look the matter and now they pray it deliver.
Nurse in charge of the health post, Miri Kamara, said the situation was critical. Without internet, it is extremely difficult to communicate with the headquarters in Kabbalah town during emergencies. Adding that, they sometimes have to climb up hills just to get a signal.
When they claim this hill about 1.5 miles, now they will get internet because not get internet. About 2 hours before then they reach here. At times they take 3 hours because in the rainy season the road is terrible.
The shortage of healthcare is not the only problem the people of Kamakumba village are faced with. The community also lack access to clean water. Presently, the village has a single source of water which is not even good for human consumption.
Where woman born safe, now that water the way they run, now they go get for let the woman see but in safe. Now they wash the woman out. Where they say the water not safe. Now they drink, now they brew, but who they now so when they sick, now typhoid because of the water. Belly they distend, the belly they make like they swell. Because the water warms then they on the typhoid. That's it, all the money they now.
Chief Idrissa Mansare said his people are suffering, and he called on government and organizations to ease their situation.
Consider the passing green pantap stick, go up before he will network. All them villages are waiting there around now. Only this hospital and they hope. So we go about 20-something villages, no hospital on the past year.
The people of Kamakumba village are appealing to government and NGOs for immediate intervention before it is too late. SLBC News, Nandwa Toronka reporting.
The Ministry of Planning and Economic Development, in collaboration with the Ministry of Finance, recently hosted a joint training session for international non-governmental organizations, INGOs, in Sierra Leone. The focus of the session was on the Finance Act and the Pay-As-You-Go, Earn Payee. It provides a platform for dialogue, understanding, and partnership between government and international NGOs operating in the country. Esther Sako now reports.
The training brought together country directors, HR managers, and financial secretaries from various international non-governmental organizations, offering them the opportunity to gain a deeper understanding of the Finance Act's implications, particularly regarding thresholds for payments and other key provisions. NGO coordinator Eric Masali said the session followed a previous resolution made by INGO representatives calling for such a training to address specific areas of confusion surrounding the Finance Act.
According to the NGOs, they were not familiar with these provisions in the Finance Act. So it was resolved that we should get a training, a public education session, and also a training on what are the thresholds for the payments. And you were there, you saw what NIA did, classified payments, who is to pay what percentage and the amount and everything. So they said there is need for them to better understand what are these thresholds and of course the calculations of the POI.
According to the representative of the Commissioner General of the National Revenue Authority, James Tembe, and the Deputy Minister of Planning and Economic Development, Reverend Dr. Titus Williams, the session was crucial for better understanding of the legal frameworks.
The 17.5 million euros
taxation.
This project, funded by BMZ through the German
that withholding taxes could significantly impact financial management, and clarified that taxation was an essential part of the nation's development process. Deputy Minister of Finance Bokari Kaloko emphasized government's prioritization of duty waivers, which are crucial for reducing debt and supporting domestic revenue generation.
I'm pleased to speak about the Tax and Duty Exemption Act 2023. A groundbreaking legislation that underscores the country's commitment to fostering conducive environment for NGOs function with greater effectiveness and efficiency. This act is designed to streamline the process of granting tax and duty exemptions to NGOs, ensuring that more resources are directed towards their core missions rather than administrative burdens.
The training session also included presentations on the Finance Act and pay system, highlighting the specific tax obligations for both resident and non-resident staff, exemptions, filing procedures, and withholding taxes. One major highlight was the discussion on the Tax and Duty Exemption Act 2023, which specifies who is exempted from taxes and how it operates. During the session, concerns were raised by country directors and finance officers about taxes deducted from international contact workers. Country Director for Goals Sierra Leone, James Riak, praised the session for its clarity and value, noting that it significantly enhanced their understanding of how to operate in line with the government tax regulation.
As an organization, and these are things that we believe, are able to help us move forward as an organization to understand the law so that we are not, caught by surprise, and also understanding the law help us to protect ourselves, protect the people that we serve.
This session marks an important milestone in strengthening the relationship between INGOs and the government of Sierra Leone. It provided key stakeholders with the opportunity to better navigate the complex landscape of taxation and finance, ensuring that INGOs remain compliant with tax while contributing to the nation's development goals. Slbc News, Esther Sako reported.
The executive chairman of the Produce Monitoring Board, Raymond Carter, has met with members of the Fourth Estate to discuss his vision for transforming and modernizing the institution to attract more international investments and increase public awareness of its operations. Aminata Fofana was among the journalists at the ceremony held at PMB headquarters on Lightwood Boston Street in Freetown. For the SLBC, she now reports.
The new chairman of the Produce Monitoring Board, Raymond Carter, took office 2 months ago. He noted that since his arrival, he realized the board had been contributing immensely to economic growth. Yet, the institution remained largely unknown due to its previous media shyness. He added that changing this narrative, strengthening media communication, and shifting from media shyness to media-friendly approach were among his plans.
Our website is not really a very user-friendly, resourceful, and interactive website. Structure was struggling, and our regional offices are in rented houses, some of which are not really fit for purpose. Responsibility to help the president push his vision aligns with the big fives.
The chairman reiterated that his vision includes digitalizing the PMB to become a catalyst for the Feed Salon initiative, a pillar of the president's 5 big changes, undertaking institutional reforms, improving staff welfare, enhancing ICT infrastructure, and strengthening interdepartmental coordination to decentralize operations. He emphasized that by utilizing in-house capacity, he would work with the finance department to track revenue generation monthly, engage with key internal stakeholders and other MDAs to help realize his plans for rebranding the agency, as the PMB is a significant revenue-generating institution for the government.
I'm happy to report that for the month of January alone, our revenue generation has increased by 73% from last year, January. And in February, our revenue generation has hiked by 78%. What does that mean in Leone value terms? So it means January, we raised 3,213,391, and this time we have raised 8,587,109.
Other senior staff discussed the board's challenges, especially the mismatch between their annual subventions and their contributions, as well as the limitations of their testing and certification labs. They outlined mechanisms for addressing these issues. They also deliberated on their work plans to increase value addition for exported products, address barriers affecting the productivity of local products, and emphasize the importance of teamwork in achieving the chairman's vision of projecting PMB internationally. SLBC News, Aminata Fofana.
Eastern Farmers Agric and General Enterprise, in partnership with True Nutrition, has conducted a capacity-building seminar on quality poultry feed production and management to enhance the birds' health and productivity. The engagement, which involved local poultry farmers, was a follow-up on the 2024 training session for introducing Hendrix concentrates and feed to the Sierra Leone markets. Moses Conte was there and sent in this report.
Poultry farming in Sierra Leone has not been much spoken of in recent years, which has led not only to decrease in productivity because of birds' health, but also the quality of local chicken in the market when it comes to nutrition. This was why the Eastern Farmers Agric and General Enterprises seek to train 1,000 local farmers across the country. Assistant Director, Livestock and Veterinary Division, Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, Salam Saidu, commended the laudable venture from the Eastern Farmers Agric and General Enterprises. He pledged continual government support to enhance birds' health and productivity.
But then for the past 3 years, there has been a downward trend. But then we are still hoping that one day we will overcome.
These events, according to Executive Chairman of the Eastern Farmers Agriculture and General Enterprise Limited, will significantly impact the growth of the poultry industry in Sierra Leone. Based on a survey conducted by the Eastern Farmers in 2024, covering 75 poultry farms, they are addressing the biggest constraints limiting growth to poultry farming, which is sustainable and affordable high-performing feed.
We've done some research together with our partners. We observed that the greatest challenge to poultry farmers, to poultry expansion growth in the sector is feed. Feed accounts for about 70-80% depending on the type of material that you are using. Poor quality raw materials lead to poor feed, lead to weak feed, and that will impact negatively on the productivity of the farms. So we believe there is need as feed producers, Eastern Farmers, with the support of our partners from Holland, produces feed, and we believe there is need to carry on the poultry farmers together in respect of how to apply the feed that we produce and sell to them and how they can be cost effective.
The engagement will later on see the launching of the feed mill plant, where they will be officially commissioning the large-scale commercial poultry feed mill plant in Waterloo. Moses Conte reports for SLBC.
The Sierra Leone Agricultural Research Institute, or SLARI, has conducted a training for agropreneurs on cassava processing in Bo. The week-long training serves to equip participants with skills and knowledge to broaden the cassava value chain and market. Our reporter in Bo, Alan Sharif, has been following up on the session and now reports.
The Chief Executive Officer of Sierra Bo Gari Processing Company, who is also an agro-entrepreneur trainer, Rashid Conte, described cassava as a significant crop which value potential is immense when processed into other products such as gari, fufu, acheke, flour, sugar, industrial and pharmaceutical starch, to name but a few. This will not only increase the market value but also unlock new income streams. Hence, the more reason farmers must be entrepreneur masterminds to finding ways to do more with what they have by leveraging every stage of production for maximum benefits. This journey, he noted, may not be always easy, or which one must remain determined and employ the right skills to seize available opportunities. The in charge of Mogboshi Land, Water and Environment Research Center, SLARI, Dr. Martha Williams-Kegba, says the training seeks to explore business development plans, piloting cassava as an agro-product, which stands relevant to farmers. Keynote speaker, who is the Technical Specialist, Food Systems Resilience Program, FSRP, Mohamed Sipo, assured that the training allows trans-border trade, which they are hopeful that the FSRP will be able to link up with 8 countries for possible extension to other countries. He encouraged all entrepreneurs to secure business plans for sustainability and strongly cautioned them to start with a market target before signing an MOU with them to identifying their products, and that will earn them the leverage to expand their production. He further spoke about a follow-up strategy on their youth agropreneurs to enhance their sustainability. 2 of the participants, Emma Alisha Bangura, CEO of IBMA Solution SL Limited, Cambia District, and Nansu Greselu, both appreciated Slurry and partners for the training opportunities, which they described as a learning zone while also appealing for financial supports.
The Youth and Children Advocacy Panel, YACAP, in collaboration with the National Commission for Democracy, NCD, observed International Women's Day with a special gathering at the Foreign Affairs Ministry Conference Hall, Tower Hill. The event brought together children, the elderly, and key stakeholders to celebrate the achievements of women and to discuss the challenges they continue to face in Sierra Leone. The celebration highlighted the importance of gender equality, intergenerational dialogue, and the role of young advocates in promoting women's rights. Jonathan Turner has more.
Children and young advocates took center stage, sharing inspiring messages on the significance of women's contribution to national development. Elderly women also reflected on the progress made over the years and the challenges that persist. The event featured interactive sessions aimed at fostering dialogue between different generations on advancing women's rights in Sierra Leone.
Create action, and action, we can put ourselves before and encourage ourselves to be in politics, participate in governance, and help to put Masalo before.
And also, one of the interesting areas of the program is providing solutions to this problem of sidelining women into leadership.
Stand as the president, no one is going to stop me. And that's one of the motivation I've gathered inside there. And just like when they were giving their stories, their background, saying that their parents were disturbing them, telling them that you cannot stand where the men are.
Someone that will help grow that institution. For me, I believe in putting the women first, because bringing them together, it's something that can create that impact in the society.
YACAP Youth and Children Advocacy Panel Chief Executive Director Suleiman Mansari emphasized the need for collective action in addressing issues affecting women and girls, including access to education, economic opportunities, and protection from gender-based violence.
And since colonial days until this day, we have women who have played great roles, so we have to celebrate those women, and also have to bring women involved, women who are contributing currently and in their different field in the empowering women and young girls society. We have to bring them involved so that they can inspire other young girls who are present here today, so that they will be able, to inspire their colleagues in their communities.
National Commission for Democracy Chairperson Mariam Angela Suma reaffirmed their commitment to promoting gender inclusivity and democratic values. She underscored the importance of civic engagement in empowering women and ensuring their voices are heard in governance and decision-making.
It was a process. This is a process. Maybe if you start it earlier, by the time you get to my age, a lot of women would have attained positions and will be able to change this country. Like I began, the future of this country is in your hands, and I want you to be part of it.
Stakeholders present, including government officials, civil society organizations, and international partners, pledged to continue supporting initiatives that empower women and girls. For Slbc News, Jonathan Turner reporting.
In a demonstration of unity and compassion during the holy month of Ramadan, Chief Minister Dr. David Monina Senge joined traders at Swazi Sellers Ground for iftar, sharing prayers and breaking fast with them. Again, Jonathan Turner was there and now reports.
The act of kindness from the chief minister was deeply appreciated by both Muslim and Christian members at the Swazi Sellers grounds. Sister of Dr. David Moinina Senge, Alfreda Yema, donated some cash and essential cooking condiments to support the traders in their Ramadan observance.
The chief minister, we can donate to 15 bags of rice, 4 bags of oil, 4 bags of onions here for Epuna for the fast. It's small, but at least it's a Ramadan. Don't remember in our prayers that not only when our prayer will make you.
The gesture was warmly received by the traders who face economic challenges while striving to sustain their businesses and families. Chairman of the Swazi Seller Grounds, Mamadi Kalon, expressed appreciation for the Chief Minister's generosity, emphasizing that such support not only eases the burden on traders, but also strengthens the bond between the government and the business community. The gathering was marked by prayers for peace, prosperity, and national unity, with traders and community members sharing a meal together in the spirit of Ramadan, solidarity, and mutual respect. Dr. Senge's support aligns with the government's broader efforts to empower small-scale traders and promote inclusivity in governance. For Slbc News, Jonathan Turner reporting.
In adherence to one of the 5 pillars of Islam in the holy month of Ramadan, which is zakat or almsgiving, the Honorable Member of the All People's Congress Party, APC, representing Western Area Rural, Zainab Timboba, together with APC executives of constituencies 109 and 110, has embarked on a Ramadan food distribution exercise to several mosques as their support to Muslims. Ibrahim Samora witnessed the distribution exercise and now reports.
Party, APC, at the end of this year's of Agolata for the month of Ramadan. Thank you.
The distribution exercise, which includes hundreds of bags of rice and bundles of water by APC's Honorable Zainab Timboba, were meant to support Muslims in over 100 mosques in her constituencies in the Western Area Rural with food as her party's zakat in the holy month of Ramadan. The move was in fulfillment of one of the 5 pillars of Islam in the early month of Ramadan, which is almsgiving, and the distribution started in constituency 109 and continued in 110. According to Honorable Zainab Timboba, her party believed in almsgiving, thus she provided these hundreds bags of rice to align herself with the Muslim community to show her love and caring.
The last time I targeted around 80 mosques, but this time I think I'll go more than 160 mosques because I'm doing both constituency 110 and 109. Because as a Western Rural District, I'm serving the whole Western Rural District. Now we are not going on constituency basis. We are on the district block system. So this time I think I'm going to give more than 300 bags of rice. We did the same message back to the Christian, because in this country we have both Christians and Muslims. We are all emerging together. So this is a religious tolerance country.
The constituency executive members of 110 said their constituency joined forces with Honorable Zainab Timboba to help cushion the economic burden of the Muslim community in the holy month of Ramadan. Noting since her election as Member of Parliament, she has been supporting the Muslim community with foodstuffs. Beneficiaries appreciated Honorable Zainab Timboba and the APC party for thinking about them, noting the items came at the right time, especially in this fasting period. The donation will continue over the weekend, but this time will target the Christian community as they are observing the period of Lent. Ibrahim Samora, Freetown.
It's now time to move on to our segments, and for that we start off with the international news.
The
This is International News. I am Aminata Fofana. A shortage of dialysis centers in Kenya has long meant that patients with kidney failure must travel extensive distances to access treatment. However, an innovative mobile dialysis unit is beginning to ease that burden, bringing essential medical services closer to those in need. In Morangs County, a 12-wheeled truck equipped as a modern clinic is offering dialysis services to patients who would otherwise struggle to access treatment. This mobile unit, spearheaded by healthcare organizations Benacare, is a significant step towards bridging gaps in medical accessibility for those suffering from chronic kidney disease. The truck is equipped with state-of-the-art hemodiafiltration machines, which provide better outcomes than traditional dialysis machines. With nearly 600 million people projected to remain in extreme poverty by 2030 and developing countries facing annual sustainable development financing gaps of up to $4 trillion, officials warned that the Global Development Corporation system is falling short at a time of urgent need. At the opening of the forum, Ray emphasized that development cooperation must move beyond UN and state-led efforts to fully integrate international financial institutions and private sector contributions. Lee Junor, the UN Under-Secretary General for Economic and Social Affairs, underscored the impact of an increasingly fragmented system. He said too many countries are burdened by unsustainable debt, shrinking fiscal space, and fragmented development system that does not align with urgent needs and priorities. For 15 months, Gaza's children were barred from schooling as schools in the Palestinian enclave were either destroyed or turned into shelters for displaced families. Since the Israel-Hamas war started, hundreds of thousands of school-aged children have lost at least one academic year. After the ceasefire that paused the war in January, authorities managed to rehabilitate dozens of schools across Gaza. Some children resorted to online learning during the war. According to UN Children's Agency, UNICEF, more than 95% of Gaza's 564 school buildings have been damaged, with about 88% requiring significant reconstruction. And the Southern African Development Community has announced the end of its military mission in the Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo, DRC, following the loss of at least a dozen soldiers in January. After a virtual summit, SADC confirmed a phased withdrawal of its troops, who had been deployed in December 2023 to assist DRC in restoring peace amid long-standing conflicts. South Africa, the largest contributor to the mission, lost 14 soldiers, while 3 Malawian troops were also killed. The 23M rebel group has taken control of key cities such as Goma and Bakov, leaving many soldiers trapped in their bases, prompting calls in South Africa for a full withdrawal. The summit coincided with Angola's announcement of peace talks between DRC and the M23, scheduled to begin on March 8th in Luanda. That's the international news. I'm Aminata Fofana.
Many thanks to Aminata for the international news, and now we move on to entertainment news.
Hello and welcome to Entertainment News with me, Abdul Mansari. In this edition of Entertainment News, Sierra Leone's entertainers share love to each other. And one of the finalists of Rap Rampage just released new song. Now, a good number of Sierra Leone's entertainers expressed great love among each other at the Makeni City Plaza. A video was seen at Rap G's Facebook page, where he says it's all about love here. Sierra Leone entertainment on fire. The video shows all superstars present. We are opening car doors for each other, showing love, respect, and unity among themselves.
King in the valley with them in the band. Think thing me I do and I understand. Not every day and holy on. I get that move. Come on, I can't with it now. We don't quit. We get to success when I fuck. Okay, fine. Who knows the man?
Well, that was a great demonstration of love, and such love in the musical industry is essential, and we pray it never fades away. Now, Mr. U Cole, one of the finalists of the Gap Rampage Season 2 show. He had a good run where him and his fellow contestants were all vibing to his song, I Know The Go.
It's I know the go, you know, I know the go, na a song, na a vibe where I drop, what it's guy for talk about, where somebody they force you for do negative something, man the song they about. Like me, na a man we get woman, we know they satisfied. I don't go 5, the baby say pass, you know, satisfy it, he say pass with God I want. So I say I know they go again. You know, that the expiration behind the song, like we get somebody we know they satisfy. And I know they go they try for preach say, you know, for the pan negative. Any sound negative, no go there. And the song they about. So we try they try for talk. Any sound are bad, I know they go there. So I don't tell the baby say now the 5 rounds in do, I know they go again.
He just released a new song called My Bestie, which he says is kind of a hybrid genre kind of song, as it is not a rap song. He emphasized that he is all about making money out of his talents.
I go love again, I love you too much. I'm in love with my best friend. I'm in love with my best friend. Because she care for me, because she get my time, yeah, she get my time.
Nice song. Well, that's all we have for today's edition of Entertainment News, and I have been your presenter, Abdul Mansari. Bye bye.
That was Abdul Mansari with the entertainment news. And now to end the news, the main points again. The Sierra Leone Female Parliamentary Caucus, together with Westminster Foundation and other partners, have commemorated the Orange Day and International Women's Day. During the commemoration, the leader of the opposition in Parliament, Honorable Abdul Kagbo, said that the importance of commemorating the Orange Day was to liberate women undergoing the perils of abuse and neglect by society. The Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation, SLBC, and the Right to Access Information Commission, RIC, have signed a memorandum of understanding to deepen information dissemination across Sierra Leone. This partnership is expected to strengthen the country's media landscape and promote transparency and accountability in line with their shared goals. And the Sierra Leone Council for Postgraduate Colleges of Health Specialties maiden annual general and scientific meeting is ongoing at the Freetown City Council Auditorium in Freetown with the theme Postgraduate Medical Education in Sierra Leone. The council is made up of physicians, surgeons, nurses, midwives and pharmacists from the postgraduate colleges in the country. Well, that's how we wrap up this edition of the News Hour from the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. I've been Marietta Ducre. Have a wonderful afternoon.
A place cannot produce poems. It can only not prevent them. And Freetown is good at that, for Freetown has its own sudden elegances. People are slow to leave it, quick to return. And there are others who come for a year or two and stay for a lifetime, sensing that they found a city that is in the world, yet sufficiently on the edge of it to have a different resonance. Let me tell you something about this city. All of us, we're all just passing through, and we've all been here forever. Those who came, those who stayed, those who never returned. Tides turn, seasons change. We've waited and we've watched. But we've always been here. We've always listened, because there is a different resonance here. It comes from the river, and the land, and the sky.
It's our place, all of us.
This city belongs to everyone.
And you know when it's your time.
And it's our time.
Listen, we are Freetown.
The golden rules of Freetown.
Don't pretend you're something that you're not.
Don't go thinking you're better than anyone else,
or that anyone else is better than you.
Don't shout about it. Get on with it.
We are Freetown.
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 Yeah.
We found our voice again.
I'm from India and Freetown.
I'm from China and Freetown.
I'm from the UK and Freetown.
I am from Nigeria and Freetown.
I am from home and Freetown.
This city belongs to everyone.
The fishermen,
the taxi driver,
the barber,
the drummers, the dancers.
All of us.
All of us. Everybody. We are Freetown.
The past is ours. The future is ours. It's our time again.
And this city belongs to everyone.
The playwright, the greengrocer,
the teacher,
the dog.
This space is ours.
This light is ours.
The beaches are ours.
The rivers now we own.
The roads are ours.
The bridges now we own.
We are Freetown.
We are all visitors and we've all been here forever.
We've got the mightiest river.
And the biggest sky.
And there's a resonance again.
Freetown. Freetown.
We are proud of this place.
We love this city.
And we want you to love it too. We are proud of this place.
Na pass we all dey pass like stranger dem, but we all don't dare from them. Come here, and you'll feel it, that end of the line sense of freedom. Say yes to Freetown. Say yes to freedom.
Hello and welcome to the program RICR, where they reach you live from Slbc TV. But this is not a program where they give you updates, but all within the happening within the Right to Access Information Commission, the body where the government put in charge for promote access to information and of course for regulate information business in the country. But inside today's edition of the program, we'll get for talk about the importance or significance of proper records management as MDs then get for submit their annual compliance reports. As you work for submit your annual compliance report, waiting at the importance of records management for meet this particular demand and that today specifically discussed today in the program. You remember saying inside section 27 subsection 1 of the Right to Access Information Commission, it said all public authorities where inside it you get ministries, departments and agencies, then they get for they're supposed to maintain and keep proper records them, but their activities there are a manner we go help for facilitate access to information. And also inside section 41 subsection 3, the act asks the Right to Access Information Commission for put together an annual report, and inside that report they forget an update where they show how ministries, departments and agencies they all work together for facilitate access to information that in various MDs. So today we will talk about the importance or significance of records management when it comes to submitting annual compliance reports. Well, now the studio for help me talk about this, get with me first, I get Fanta Morgan, we are the manager for records and open data now the Right to Access Information Commission. Fanta, tell Fambul good evening.
Good evening, Fambul. Good evening, all.
Okay, I also get with me Amara Thoronka, we are Public Information and Communications Officer now the Right to Access Information Commission now National Secretariat Sierra Freetown. Amara, you tell Fambul good evening.
Good evening, David. Good evening, Fambul.
Well, members, so yourself where they follow the program, you get the opportunity for ask questions or maybe make a comment. You can send your text message to the number 078407847. I'll go over the number again, 078407847. That number will say you for sending text message in case you want for comments on the program. Well, I'll start the program proper. I will start with you, Amara. We talk about records management and annual compliance reports. What's in the relationship between records and the submission of the annual compliance report? Just an overview. So before we come now to the records expert, we'll go give the details later.
Thank you very much, David. Just like where you start for say, the Right to Access Information Commission gets the primary role for facilitate access to information with the under the public authorities, we call them public authorities, but now their institution they under government, same government institutions them. So RIC in work than the Right to Access Information Commission now for facilitate access to information. Many people out there get access to information, and the law say anybody gets right for get access to information. So that institution really primarily for facilitates that now Right to Access Information Commission. So one of work also they do now for ensure say them public institutions then they comply by way of how then they deal with people and way they ask for information, how they process the information, and how they give people the information and how they take record of the information and So the one way we can do that now way we can put together what we call annual compliance reports, where the inside annual report we can put together. And inside the annual reports the compliance report we look at almost institution and comply, almost institutions then give information and decide who then give information, who that then give the information, and the people who then give almost man there, almost woman they ask for information, or almost then give out, and also almost people in the institutions then the way they process information, because generally we work now for facilitate access to information nationwide, but institutions they also get people away the Right to Access Information Act called public information officers, how then they go about for process information people they ask for. So you get a whole lot of things the way we they look for when it comes to access to information, compliance to the information indeed. So the relationship with it between records management and that of compliance Now that if the record not there, if people are not get the record, the public entities, they're not able to get record of people the way they can ask for information. They're not able to get record of how much women can ask for information. They're not able to get record of the information the way they give out. They're not able to get record of the information the way they not give out. And if they not give out the information, and they, because the act make and clear say, is who side you think say we go to call exempt information. Who side you think say the law not give right for make you give out the information, and they will fall under the exempt information we can discuss maybe later. You not go give the information, and the boy for clearly provide reason and record the reason and the why you not give out that information to the person we ask for them. So if all the records they are not there in place, if one do we annual compliance report where the law make provision say in that compliance report all ministries, departments and agencies or all government offices then for put together the annual compliance report of freedom of information where people they ask for. If they not get record of all of them things they also are put together, how them go able comply? In fact, how them go able even know if they comply or not when they not get record? Because mark you, sometimes somebody go do something, say all them things that I don't do how they say okay, more see the record not there. You know, go just explain and say, they give information, anybody okay, I can go and ask. We not go and ask. We want to see the record. So if record not the compliance, we not go able analyze or assess or evaluate whether this institution they comply or not. So you get a very strong relationship whether between records management, how they process information, how they record them, and how they gear out, and how they maintain the record, and that relationship between the record management process to that of freedom of information compliance.
Okay. Thank you very much, Amara. Thank you. Let we bring in Fanta Morgan, we now the manager for records and open data and RAIC. Fanta, we don't talk about Amara don't give an overview about records, but from a professional point of view, when we talk about records, what do they talk about?
Yeah, I tell you plenty, thank you, Mr. Kamara. Record before I go to tell we all say waiting our record. Most of we are say another mandate for the Right to Access Information Commission now for let we promote openness where then at the basis of records management. And as una two don't talk, you and Amara don't talk earlier on that records we fortress that kind of parts then Right to Access Information Commission part 4 and subsection 27(1) where they oblige every public authority for let it provide record where they work with na institution. And records management is very crucial to annual compliance reports. It's crucial to annual compliance reports. It's crucial to proactive disclosure of information. We'll get for Rob Monthly later. Because waiting do now the basis of anything waiting you do for them able get access to information. I can always say now the most paramount issue down for the success of access to information. And we know say access to information na a good governance and also na a way for them to promote transparency and accountability. But if a well-managed records management system not in place, it will be very difficult for them to reach to that kind of big day. Back to the question. So, what's in a record? Record most times people can talk say na something where they recall or relate to past events, or some people can define and say na an official document where they record action of an institution or a person. In some part of the some people they also can provide talk say record na a concept of an information where they create, where they receive, where also they maintain as evidence so that you go able provide am in terms of legal processes. But record also na a document wey you dey consciously create for provider for let you maintain am for evidence purposes. So I want for let we also know this clear distinction that not all documents wey you dey create they become a record. The baseline for let it become a record, again forget that kind of value it for serve the evidential value. Now you go call them as record. So on day, some people can just create any kind of thing. You know, say record na an information, but any information we create, yes, na a record, na a document, but it not go resolve to a record until it pass through certain processes or until it serve a that kind value there. If you get that kind of evidential value there, we go say sometimes documents na something like a way you don't just prepare, where something enough finalize, then they go refer to it as a document. But when as long as you don't pass that kind of draft stage there, it don't go to that kind of level, then you will able use them as record. But for let we able manage records them very well, now a process where na a records management professional for go through, because not to any kind person no more they able take for manage the record there. So waiting na the records management profession, there a practice where you dey do for create, for receive, maintain and use that kind of record there for let it serve the purpose as long as it get certain value. Then waiting a certain value there, like if you get an administrative value, if you get archival value, it will get fiscal value, etc., etc. For the purpose of this meeting, we will just limit and to that, but it get plenty. So if it get all of them value, then you will able to maintain her as a record. Family go bear me witness say records they go through stages. Records it just stand like you compare to a living being. Like it get time for born, it get time for live, then it can die at certain stage. Where you born another than the time where they create the record. Then also the time where they live, now that time the way they maintain them. Then if you get certain value, then you can keep them from that maintenance stage onto another level down at preservation stage. But if you don't get certain value, then you don't get rights for keeper. Then it can die at that time. Now at the disposal stage.
Okay, I'll go all the way first. I tell when I say Fanta na the expert for records. I think they don't take we through a lot. Don't give a lot of information regarding records management. But I will still stay with you, Fanta. How important records management is to ministries, departments, and agencies then? Because I see you don't talk about administrative value, you don't talk about archival value, you don't talk about fiscal value. I think all the categories there, so MDs they fall within that one. How important records management is when it comes to the work with MDs or public authorities in generally they do?
Very important, because as I've been I say records are very crucial to access to information. If you not get no record, it's difficult for them to provide any information. But if you don't keep record, then it go the process go too smooth for you. Records is important to MDA then, because now the life wire of any institution. Because when the accountants go say na money wise na the life wire of any institution, but you get all the money, how you spend that. If you not provide a document or a record how you spend that, you go there in trouble. Because most times they call people na anti-corruption or they call na parliament for go give account, not to say something in there they could commit corrupt practice, but because they're not able put their records there in proper position, then it go difficult for let them go get the term where they need them. So now then they make records management is too crucial to we ministries, departments and agency them for let them they put them together. And we always don't they talk to the ministries, departments and agency, then say it good for let you get records management system in place. But if you get her in place, you don't get the right person for take care of her, then they say now it will be a challenge. It will be serious challenge, Dandy. So forget the records now one, forget the one where they take care of herself, now the other thing, Dandy.
All right, thank you so much, Fanta. And I think you don't take me through a lot and you don't lay the foundation. We later will come for a look at how to maintain records, because I think that will be a challenge when we work with ministries, departments, and agencies. In fact, some offices in our salon, we enter they see some document, they will pile them, you will wonder if they still need them. But we'll come and look into that later, Fanta. And I'll bring Amara inside. We're going to read Fanta your information we don't do regarding the importance of records to MDs. Now look at how MDs then will for use then records they are so for complete the annual compliance report. Remember, say we don't give the first deadline where the time we don't pass, but the commission think can say necessary for them to extend the time so that you will forget enough MDs then for comply. And the next deadline will be next week Friday, when on the 21st of March. So how important, how MDs them, where don't they keep records, then we for use these records for comply to the annual compliance report this year?
Yeah, the annual compliance report gets certain things them we look for. One of which now the names of people we they ask for information, and also the gender for no I must woman them, I must man them, and also the nature of the information what they ask for, that is whose type information. If the person asks for maybe the activities of the institution, or he asks for the programs what they do, or he asks for the mandate of the institution, or he asks for any document we deal with that institution. And he also they look at the people away the act, that is the Right to Access Information Act, called the Public Information Officers. We are then in charge for process access to information where people they ask for from them public institutions. Then they you look at if them people they at all in the institution, and also if they look at if the institutions then gets the required infrastructure for do their work. So when you put all of these things together, as Mrs. Morgan explained the importance of records and all of that, if only public institutions then gets that conscious efforts, they make the conscious efforts for ensuring they get all of them things they are recorded and maintained. When time comes for where we can ask them for complete the annual compliance, for sending in the annual compliance report, of which you don't provide what you call the Freedom of Information Annual Compliance Report template. For me, them feel that template they easy, because you will just go now your system, whatever you put together, either a database or you archive, whatever system we use for take record, you go just go there and see how many people can ask for information. Though you see one area where they ask you for number of people who request for information, you say okay, total we'll get here for this year now 32. You put the nature of information what this person can ask for example, Amara Toronka ask the Ministry of Information for me and give me the staff list. Okay, so okay, name of requester Amara Toronka, easy, then at the system already. And the nature of information it asks for staff list. We give under information there, you see say yes. Who still will give under information the 30th of May 2024. You see, and whose term he received the information, you put the date. So you go see say it easy, you go do and just in a day, no matter how many people ask for that information, as long as you get a system in place where you can just go and they extract that information, it go just easy for you, because now you can either do them manually or you do them digitally. We don't create two systems for people. Either way, where you go able to do them, for me do them fast. We don't create them two systems. So the most important aspects now for my institutions, they know say when you get a proper record management system, like Mrs. Morgan will explain very clearly, it go easy for make you fill this form because we still get challenges with institutions, but waiting don't come out clear. Most of the institutions, the challenges what they bring to we, generally, we cut across, they not get this proper record management system where Mrs. Morgan will explain so. Because the one way get chief among them okay, easily name, you get institution like Statistics Sierra Leone. We're not going to give you issue at all. Then get a system where they can just go to extract. You know, in a day they just put everything together. Library board. And most of other one, then a very good example, where not too far ago, we award some of the institutions. Now we award and dinner night. We award some of them. So when I explain to we because okay, ask them, okay, interact to them, what can make una do this thing easy so where other institutions they get challenged? He said, now this we get proper record management system where no sooner una can ask me for this thing, I can just take a day, sometimes half a day. We don't feel them. So now this easy way, if other institutions they get them so easy for doing, we they always call on other institutions for learn from them good examples there. Get proper record management system in place wherein you get all the people who can ask for information, the one the way you give, the one the way you not give, the reason you way make you not give them whether in line with the Right to Access Information Act of 2013, you provide all that in any where time can fulfill that annual compliance report template. It go easy for you.
Okay, thank you very much, Amara. Let me also look at so far the compliance rate for ministries, departments and agencies them for completing the annual compliance reports. I think we don't get a challenge. And like you and Ms. Morgan don't talk already on the proper records management to go help for complete this form. Because when we go through them, sometimes you see say most of the information requests them with enlist like the one that we have between November and December. That means say that the one they're just able for get hold of. What about January, February, March, April? Because proper records management no day, they're not able to go back and trace all of that day. So whose relationship, Mrs. Morgan, I will ask you this, whose relationship for them between the records person at the institution and the other people who they work there? Because now take for example, it could be the accountant, it could be the HR, they all get different documents they wouldn't hold under their own office. But whose relationship for them with the person where they in charge of records? So when the need arise, for example, for complete ACR, the records person will provide that data there.
I tell you plenty thank you for that question there. The relationship with for them between the records management unit and the other side then, if for be cordial in a sense. Records management system in every organization in an ideal situation na the central office dande where they coordinate between everywhere, because una not able work without the records management unit. So now that make the Right to Access Information Commission can always they set the stage like in most of we capacity building activities. Then where would they get? Would they try for we could try for train the records officers, then where we could invite from the various ministries, departments and agencies that for let them know say you get for work with everybody, because you not the central person for all in an ideal situation, except who side they not actually recognize records management system. Where would they face? Where would they see now most of the ministries, departments and agencies there? Where then in a huge challenge than they, and then they nine can be the challenge for let them put the records then together, as we don't hear from my colleague David. He say like for put these reports together now only they able get November, December. That means say they not be done they put together if at all they have. They not be done they put together, then record then they all from January until that November 10 then they, because now the one more way they easily able go track now they able present. So in records management system we get for no say now a process, now a two-way process where like the Right to Access Information Commission gets a part for play, where na in one of the engagements at this kind of platform, so for let we can talk to the MDAs and for let them know say records management is very important, that you cannot do without it. And as long as you cannot do without it, you therefore find way how you manage them very well. Then also we done the role of the commission, if we don't put together a records management code of practice where would they use that as an instrument now for train the other MDAs then. Most of them where they go now with activities there. For let train them the basic principles on how for put records management system in place. And also because we don't set that kind of stage there where we don't develop that records management code of practice there, that even we don't put the right to access information commission now an international stage we make the African Network for Information Commissioners, they don't see that kind of sample where Sierra Leone don't do. They don't try for contact with for let the commission develop a records management code of practice we go serve for Africa. They don't give you that kind of mandate say for let we carry out. Then the role where the commission they play. As I talked earlier, say records management na a process, na a two-way process. The commission gets in own part where they play because you know what they tell people there for do it and they do. Then they play your own part. They on the part of the ministries, departments and agencies there. Waiting we expect say for let them do it. Then the public authorities we they ask that for let them go put premium on records management, because who say you had say say you say you treasure day you had to go there you go able take care of that kind of thing and they very well. So also can they tell them say that they need forget an ideal records management place, because something and most of them MDAs if you go there now just one store or now under a step now they can pack the records there we're not supposed for there. And records management as they start first I say it's like a mortal man, because it get a time for leave for letting maintain. If you don't maintain it well, it go die at certain stage where you're not supposed for die. Okay. So if you know get that kind of ideal situation place there for maintainer, you will find it difficult for letting able put together the records at the time of need. Then also we can tell them say you go don't get the ideal place, but if you not get the right person for a manner, then they say it will be a challenge, because not so everybody they man the records they know really how for take care of the records there. So I will stop here for now.
All right, thank you so much, Fanta. Well, the program we watch now RICR, where they come to you live from SLBC, and today we talk about the significance of proper records management in the submission of the annual compliance report ACR. And for me talk again now the studio marathon Kawina Public Information and Communications Officer for RAIC, we attached now the National Secretary at Sierra Freetown, and of course Fanta Morgan, we now the Open Data and Records Manager at RAIC. Continue for sending messages into 0784078847. Amara come to you loud talk now, but the deadline where they just around the corner. We don't get first deadline, we don't get second deadline. We go be the next Friday, the coming Friday, the 21st of March. How don't they get MDs there for comply to this deadline? Yeah. So and we call them the second and final deadline, because some people they still hope say something after this something I go extend and back and wait that MD. How MDs then for working towards completing the ACR, this obligation where I think say we need to emphasize say now an obligation for MDs, how do they work towards this second deadline? Yeah, so we're next Friday.
Thank you very much, David. Like what you rightly say, this obligation, it is very important make institutions they know say we know they just do this thing by ourselves, say we want for do one. Now the law we creates the very Right to Access Information Commission. Now give the Right to Access Information Commission the power for do what they do so. Now, before I go to that, David, section 32, subsection 2, paragraph A, it say part of the function, under with power then the heavy power where the law give it. So one of the power then are that the commission gets the power for monitor and reports on the compliance by public authorities, then government institutions then, with their obligations under this act, that is Right to Access Information Act. And that very obligation, I clearly spell out in section 27, subsection 1, we say every public authority, this record management to the talk about, every public authority shall, now by force, where the law says shall, now by force, shall record and maintain records of its activities in a manner that facilitates the right to information as provided for in this act. So all anything that way we very great, if I will put it that way, records management professional don't discuss. And not just say them because you want to say them. Now the law say now by force, as we rightly here, he says shall. Una forget record management system in place. Now by force, you forget record management system in place. And the law say now only way you get that, now you go able to facilitate access to information. So the law clearly spell it out there. And for compliance of MDs, we don't get some compliance. As usual, as I be rightly say before, you get some institutions where this compliance, access to information, annual compliance reports, they do not see as a burden at all, not to anything for them. In fact, they're readily available as they ask them, because for them, they just go on their system, say go under Bamo, see all anything that will be done put together 2024 from the 1st of January to the 31st of December. All the one who can ask for information, the one who will give, the one who will not give, the one who will give, who still will give them, you know, who will give them, the one who will not give, the reason will make will give them, who get under, just pull on it, then get them all and put them one place. Few hours they don't feel them, then you just call, we say, I can't take them, or then send them to we. It's so easy, but the other one day we not get this system where they forget, and the law saying that by force, when I forget them, now then they give we that. And I think it's very good for make institutions, they know say, this not so because now public institution, we all are public institution, because some people go wrongly think that way. The law give we some tranga teeth for bet heavy one. Who say the law say if you not comply to anything that they do so, I think we'll lay emphasis on that later. You get heavy penalty you can pay. Where as an institution you can pay up to 100 million. If the Right to Access Information Commission decide say you neglect and you disregard for comply, is so huge, so they can determine that, and the law give that power there for do that. If you now one individual within another institution say now me one guy can do this thing where the bad name come, now the institution I go to town, no, the law say then can pull you out and then they fine you up to 10,000 million, when at 10 million only. So all of them find that they and we can do naming and shaming also publicly. We can call institutions the way not they comply. We read una name there. And possible we can read the institutions and then name them out. And that is very bad for institutions, the image. It's very bad for the country image. So as we chairman and information commissioner can always say the two-pronged approach. When are the babysitting approach? What don't they do now? And we don't do them for far too long. And we want really not go want for make institutions then push we for more we use then try at it the way the law give we for bet. So we get few institutions the way don't they do it remarkably well. Not long ago we count one of them when a statistics Sierra Leone, Mr. Yakuba. You see in the expression from library board how he explained to how easy this thing be. Library board, Sierra Leone library board. He say it's too easy for them. They can make them so quick one because they get all information. They get serious proper record management system in place. So the other institution will not comply. We only get from now until the 21st of this month for comply. So not so big with the big. Would they say now so the law say, and if we not do them, they will also don't tell you waiting the law say. If I make we do them, because if we do them, it get huge benefit to our belief, so we can discuss later. So few institutions we don't they comply, we say kudos to una, and the one that we not they comply, we say una get now until the 21st. Now huge time institution and they now 2 hours then take, then fill everything and send to we. Una don't get, we don't give first deadline, some of una don't meet that deadline day, we don't give the second and final deadline. With the hope say if institutions then feel all anything in the inside few hours, we not even take one day, una get from now on to the 21st. We have several days ahead. So please, maybe we want still say the babysitting approach. What chairman can say, we want say make we comply because the law na give we the obligation say na by force una for comply. So more respect the law, not to the RAIC, una respect the law. The law na say una for comply. So una comply and honor the law.
Okay. Get few text messages there. We don't count just two of them. The one they say thank you RAIC for RAICR. It say it's an educative program. I have learned a lot. It come up from Idris na Aberdeen. Another one I will come up from an anonymous texter say how long should MDAs keep record, especially for MDAs that generate a lot of records within a month period. So I think say that need to go for Mrs. Morgan. We will time for everyone for answer. Like posting the ask MDAs then they way for the week or for the month, they generate a lot of records or document them. How long they for keep them? Because you get a scenario say records now like mortal man. They burn them, they tell you create them, they maintain them, and of course them they can where they die out. So this person want to know the period or the lifespan of records.
Yeah, I tell the texter thank you for that kind of question there. For let it will know, but I want for let also know say the right to access information law not get that clear mandate say inside the act where they show how long every record for take. I think say then they dependent on the type of record where every institution they keep. Like for certain institution the way they deal with financial documents, accountable documents, they say that they keep them for 7 years, and after that 7 years, maybe you be hearing what they talk say if a record gets certain values where you supposed for keep them beyond certain limits, you get for keep them, and for let able keep them to for a longer period, would they encourage MDAs forget a hybrid records management system. That is where you go get the hard copy record them and you go keep them for some time. If you see say you place down the full, you forget another relocation site where for puller na the current site, let you relocate na that side there. And also where the relocator na off site, you for try for get an electronic records management system. That is for let you digitize them. When you digitize them, then it will be very compact. You go access them at any time, and they keep them for very long time. And like where we there in an information age, so now I go find for let we keep them at the cloud. Where then they keep them for too long. So no, the law, the record, the right to access information law not give specific mandates to every type of document for say how long you for keeper. It depends on the type of the documents or the record or the institution how best they can able keeper.
All right, thank you, Fanta. Okay, from waiting Fanta don't say I think it clear now say you don't go respond to the annual compliance report of RAIC say well we'll not get the document again for just within a year period because we asked towards the end of the year. Now within inside 2025, we ask for it up in 2024. So you know we'll come back to RAIC say, well, we'll not get the document again, we'll not get that data again. I don't think say that could be a valid excuse at all. Keep your data, and when they request for them, we provide them. Okay, I'm gonna not talk because week in, week out to the dinner, so they talk about the annual compliance report. Some person will waiting people that want to do this year. How important this year day for both RAIC as an institution and for the government of Sierra Leone and of course with development partners then. How important the annual compliance reports they?
Okay, the annual compliance reports now one of the eligibility indicators for several international funding opportunities where the country can benefit from, and also a very important for researchers, a very important for development purpose, very important for several purposes. For the first area we therefore do with funding and that of development partners, not long ago we the entire media na salon be there conference where no less a person than the Honorable Minister of Information and Civic Education, Honorable Cherino Ba. We make it very clear to the entire world, say the Right to Access Information Commission, by the way, how don't they do their work and make sure say institutions then comply to waiting the act say, part of which now the annual compliance report, it makes Salon score over 90%. Now the Millennium Challenge Corporation MCC eligibility indicators, one of which now access to public information. Salon score over 90%. And the institution, the oversight body within in charge for access to information at Salon, are the Right to Access Information Commission. So it give the Right to Access Information Commission a very loud kudos, because Salon pass and beats many countries across the world. And the Right to Access Information Commission, by way of facilitating that, it be make Salon get partly be make Salon able pass the eligibility indicators and make we able qualify for get that money there. And we don't get several other indicators, eligibility indicators for access, funding, access opportunities on behalf of the people of Sierra Leone, government and people of Sierra Leone, where public access to public information don't be a fundamental main pillar, a main criterion where they don't ask for. So Salon don't they time in, time out, don't they pass their eligibility indicators then they. So that they good in the first place. One, it makes Salon they pass with flying colors. Now several eligibility indicators in terms of development, in terms of access to international funding, way then tie them to some of the things. Then one. Two, it make the country position itself positively, you know, na the outside world. If you go online now and type one of the countries, they're one of the leading countries in terms of access to information law, access to information activities, they see Salon. They're inside the first 15 institutions across the world, over 100 countries across the world. Salon day before, as one of the institutions where really they do well in terms of the laws, in terms of the activities. So some of them small things there, we can see and say a small thing there. But it really position the country positively at the outside world. And then positive positioning the day of Sierra Leone, now in development partners, now in international investors, then keep watch, they read them and say, okay, you get access to information where the boom in that country, then I want my record them. You get access to information where they facilitate for my register my business and do all that thing, my record them. So whether they record and satisfy with all that thing there, and say, okay, I can put me $10 billion, I can put me $100 billion that country invest. So okay, see, I say a funny thing there. So you where they out there, and where they another institution where you charge with a mandate for give the information there and for provide the information and what time reach and when the time don't reach, so where the deadline at the 21st of this month, you not do what you supposed to do it by way of filling the FOI, what we call Freedom of Information Annual Compliance Template. You not do it. You are one of the people we go want for make we not pass the eligibility indicators then they. So I don't know how you go really see yourself as a patriotic Sierra Leonean for contribute for me Salon or they pass the eligibility indicators then they. I believe so you know will feel well as a good and a patriotic citizen. So one of the things we need for know that you then at that institution for do one thing, and one of them thing that they now for comply with this law, because this law now we parliamentarians them now them pass them inside 2013. And now the same law established the Right to Access Information Commission. And now the Right to Access Information Commission we they work for. And what do they talk here now waiting the law say? So we need to go against the law, we need to go outside the law, now waiting the law say. Now what they say, and what do they ask you for do so? Now waiting the law say. So make we do waiting the law say, because you get huge benefit to we self, to the institution. If we institution, imagine we they talk about Sierra Leone Library Board now. No, they are. When they talk about the house, they comply every year. Then a huge positive image than for Sierra Leone Library Board, for Statistics Sierra Leone, and many of them will get award not too long ago. So why you know one did it? You know one get award? You know how many people they see you as good person where they comply? I not believe say any institution for this so. So if no one did so, we they ask you for comply with the law where you get from now on to the 21st of this month, so that we all go benefit and continue for benefit as a nation, as an institution, as a commission, and as a country as a whole.
Well, let's stay with you quickly. Let's talk about penalties, because you see some people, if they don't see the penalties, they don't say then take action, they don't say if I not do this, that this they happen, they take us serious, because like you rightly say, year in, year out, they come now, they tell people them, we help them out for computer, but we get some specific MDs them, we then just don't make up the mindset and we do. I'm not look at penalties, I mean as much as we use the babysitting method for now, but we also get powers them for take penalties them, or punitive measures them against the one in the default.
Yeah, exactly. That is very important that we understand, because people before say the commission just they for just write letter and then they babysit people, that they no more the commission they. The commission gets stronger teeth as I always say, and the teeth they sharp and the debate stronger one. One of them then teach them the commission get. Now for fine institution up to 100,000 millions, 100 million. And people like you also say, since now RAIC is under government institution or go do nothing. We get a whole institution, a very big institution like the Corporate Service Commission, the Corporate Affairs Commission. The Corporate Affairs Commission, now similar thing like this happen, and they not comply with waiting the law say them for comply. We find up to 80,000 millions and 80 million millions. We don't do in millions. And so that they send a very clear message now to everybody. So we get it and we debate. But we not go one for the goal at that point, so we just go ask institution, we don't find it because you don't default, pay this amount to interest, not for fine institution and get that money from them. We interest now for ensure say people comply with the law. So you for no say we get law, we give power for fine, for name and shame, for award people. We get a whole lot of punishment, a whole lot of compliment powers where the law give we for praise institution where they do well, and also for sharp one bet institution the way not they do well or not they comply. So all for know that, and institutions then for know that. And you get again from now on to the 21st of this month for comply.
Okay, Mrs. Morgan, you can say I will draw close to the end of the program, but that before you can start again, then we talk. But how MDs then for pick up from which side on day now MDs then they some not even get records professional way you really don't emphasize today. Say institutions then forget they not only keep records, they don't they put the records them in both hard copies or digital way, but they don't carry what you don't say. So today how they able for pick up from that they moving forward.
Okay, there is always a time to start. The time is never too late. From every point within there, if there has been no records management system in place, at least they can start at this time now. Even though if they're not going to meet up for provide that report say where we they ask for, so now when our annual compliance reports now, they can start by at least every document where they get, let they try for the recorder as they come in every institution. At least they forget a central point which side document they can, at least they forget a side which side they record and where they show say yes we don't receive this kind of document, and because every day in day out once they receive correspondence is there. And some people then they not just name and say okay this now freedom of information request. Sometimes they can inquire, but even waiting they happen at institution, not to say that they get for put and say now freedom of information request when they ask for. I want for their family they know that they say every information where they can ask for, or anything, any documents where they receive now the institution they're supposed for record them. They forget a standard register who side then they track then documents and the way they come in inside the institution, where they will record the dates where it come, the side who side it come out, the side the who that then direct the correspondent, so at least they forget them kind small metadata then they go able to collect them, so that at the end of the day at any time where they go get for ask you say where this document here, at least you go there in a better position for provider. Even if you get for lost self, at least it go minimize small. So we they encourage MDAs then for let it try for introduce Dandy. You will not get it. You will get at least if you get small challenges, try for improve on her. if you get some sign no more, who say you just dey receive no more, than at the hard copy no more, you just dey receive and you put her, you just dey receive and you put her. At least you get a system in place, a basic system in place. We're not even difficult because records management, you get basic principles there. At least you forget certain basic thing the way you for no say you for if they in place where you forget even if not to that kind standard one day you forget a register where they enter and decide who that they go to, at least if they go there they assign for us so that tomorrow if the person will receive that record they say you know they will able to trace her quick.
All right. Thank you so much, Mrs. Morgan. Thank you so much. Well, we come to the end of the program. But we want to emphasize, say, the Right to Access Information Commission, they're always open to members of the public or even public authorities. Them we go need further clarification or get questions them for ask. We all about the country. We na 58 Kuto Road na Freetown. We na 118 New Jerusalem Road na Bo. We also dey na Tourist Street Reservation na Kenema, and within a 31 Mabanta Road na Makeni. And you can come na any of them addresses there so and seek for information or seek for clarification or assistance. We get professional staff that will be there for help you out. So we ask that people and use this opportunity as well and then not wait till the deadline to elapse and say we not be no or we not be there. So please bear that in mind. And we also want to emphasize say the annual compliance reports, the ACR reports, they now the RAIC website for download. You go to www.raic.gov.sl. You can download them and complete them. If you get any difficulty for complete them, reach out to any RAIC staff numbers they did our website or information they did where you go reach out to various public information officers them and other professional staff they will sit on the purposely for help. Let MDs then complete this report here. So members say now just a week from now for let you complete your annual compliance report and send out to RAIC. One for say plenty thank you to the team at RAIC. We make this program meet you in a RAIC hour, and of course we also want to say thank you to the studio guest them, Amara Thoronka, Public Information and Communications Officer at RAIC, and of course Fanta Morgan, we now the records and open data manager at RAIC. We can call him we records expert at RAIC. Well, me now David Patrick Camara, we now the communications manager. We will return again in 2 weeks' time with RAIC hour, and we'll come for give full detail what's the progress with the commission on the make. On behalf of the team, Naya and the National Secretary, as one for say bye for now.
A place cannot produce poems. It can only not prevent them. And Freetown is good at that, for Freetown has its own sudden elegances. People are slow to leave it, quick to return. And there are others who come for a year or two and stay for a lifetime, sensing that they found a city that is in the world, yet sufficiently on the edge of it to have a different resonance. Let me tell you something about this city. All of us, we're all just passing through, and we've all been here forever. Those who came, those who stayed, those who never returned. Tides turn, seasons change, we've waited and we've watched. But we've always been here. We've always listened, because there is a different resonance here. It comes from the river, and the land, and the sky.
It's our place, all of us.
This city belongs to everyone.
And you know when it's your time.
And it's our time.
Listen, we are Freetown.
The golden rules of Freetown.
Don't pretend you're something that you're not.
Don't go thinking you're better than anyone else.
Or that anyone else is better than you.
Don't shout about it. Get on with it.
We are Freetown.
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 Yeah.
We found our voice again.
I'm from India and Freetown.
I'm from China and Freetown.
I'm from the UK and Freetown.
I am from Nigeria and Freetown.
I am from home and Freetown.
This city belongs to everyone.
The fishermen,
The taxi driver.
The barber.
the drummers, the dancers.
All of us.
All of us. Everybody. We are Freetown.
The past is ours.
The future is ours. It's our time again.
And this city belongs to everyone.
The playwright.
The greengrocer.
The teacher.
The dog.
This space is ours.
This light is ours.
The beaches are ours.
The rivers now we own.
The roads are ours.
The bridges now we own.
We are Freetown.
We are all visitors and we've all been here forever.
We've got the mightiest river.
And the biggest sky.
And there's a resonance again.
Freetown. Freetown. We are proud of this place.
We love this city.
And we want you to love it too.
We are proud of this place.
Na pass we all dey pass like stranger dem, but we all don dey here from tey. Come here, and you'll feel it, that end of the line sense of freedom. Say yes to Freetown. Say yes to freedom.
China, Russia, and Iran stressed the need to end all unlawful unilateral sanction in Tehran's nuclear program after trilateral meeting in Beijing. The European Union is set to sanction 9 people over DRC violence. And Sudan seeks to rebuild ties with regional and continental blocs. Hello and welcome. You're watching Africa Live. We're coming to live from Nairobi. I'm Hannah Vivier. Here are more stories making headlines. In the business news, the rising cost of food spikes inflation in Tanzania. And the U.S. Export-Import Bank approves a $5 billion loan for Mozambique gas project. China's foreign minister has reiterated Beijing's commitment to peace and stability in the Middle East. Wang Yi made the remark after meeting with Russian and Iranian diplomats in the Chinese capital. He emphasized the importance of resolving disputes over the Iran nuclear issue through diplomatic means. America pulled out of a landmark deal during Donald Trump's first term, leaving it obsolete. Earlier, the U.S. president said there were 2 ways to handle Iran, a deal or militarily.
The Iran nuclear deal is an important outcome reached through dialogue and negotiation on a sensitive issue. It's also a successful practice of multilateralism. The deal has played an important and unique role in maintaining regional stability and safeguarding the international nuclear non-proliferation regime. Regrettably, this agreement has been unduly interfered with the United States' withdrawal in the process of its implementation. The situation has now reached a critical crossroads. We must buy time for peace, resolve disputes through political and diplomatic means, and oppose resorting to force and illegal sanctions.
Minister Wang laid out China's stance on the Iran nuclear issue using 5 key points. He called on all parties to create conditions for the resumption of dialogue and negotiations and avoid actions that could escalate the situation. Wang said Iran should continue to honor its commitment not to develop nuclear weapons, while all parties should respect Iran's legitimate rights under the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons. Wang also called on the U.S. to return to the negotiation table and opposed forced intervention by the UN Security Council. He said that only through mutual respect can all parties find common ground and achieve a solution that meets the expectations of the international community. Well, China, Iran, and Russia have issued a joint statement following their trilateral meeting in Beijing. They called on relevant parties to abandon unilateral sanctions and pressure, as well as avoid jeopardizing progress made on the Iran nuclear issue. Yu Li brings us the latest.
China, Russia, and Iran engaged in in-depth discussions on the current situation pertaining to both the Iran nuclear deal and sanctions. China's Vice Foreign Minister Ma Zhaoxu chaired the meeting alongside Russian Deputy Foreign Minister Ryabkov Sergei Alexeyevich and Iranian Deputy Foreign Minister Kazem Garibabadi.
Our 3 countries emphasized the importance of terminating all unlawful unilateral sanctions. We emphasized that relevant parties should be committed to addressing the root cause of the current situation and abandoning sanction, pressure, or threat of force.
Vice Foreign Minister Ma added that the 3 countries stressed the importance of abiding by UNSC Resolution 2231, including its timeframes, and called for relevant parties to refrain from any action that may escalate the situation so as to create a favorable atmosphere and conditions for diplomatic efforts.
We reiterated the importance of upholding the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons, or NPT, as the cornerstone of international non-proliferation regime.
China and Russia welcomed Iran's reiteration that its nuclear program is exclusively for peaceful purposes and not for the development of nuclear weapons. The 3 countries reiterated that political and diplomatic engagement and dialogue based on the principle of mutual respect remains the only viable and practical option moving forward. Yu Li, CGTN, Beijing.
The U.S. and Israel have reportedly reached out to officials from 2 African countries and 1 region about using their territories to resettle Palestinians from Gaza. According to Associated Press, officials from Sudan, Somalia, and Somalia's breakaway region of Somaliland were contacted regarding the proposal. However, Sudanese officials say they rejected it, while Somali and Somaliland officials stated that they were unaware of any such discussions. U.S. President Donald Trump previously suggested permanently displacing Palestinians, proposing that several Arab countries take them in as refugees, a move widely rejected by the international community. Meanwhile, Hamas on Thursday reiterated its demand for Israeli troops to withdraw from southern Gaza, accusing Israel of violating ceasefire terms. The group indicated that the corridor remains a key sticking point in Qatari-U.S. mediated talks in Doha on the next phase of the ceasefire. We turn our attention to Mozambique now, where the passage of a tropical cyclone through northern regions has claimed 14 lives and affected over 100,000 residents. That's according to a preliminary report released by the Mozambican government. The fatalities were recorded mainly in the provinces of Nampula and Niassa, resulting from collapsing walls, lightning strikes, and drowning. Thousands of homes as well as dozens of hospitals and schools were damaged. The government says support teams have been deployed and emergency operational centers activated. To the Democratic Republic of Congo now. The European Union is set to sanction 9 individuals in connection with the conflict in the eastern part of that country. EU foreign ministers are expected to approve the sanctions in Brussels next Monday. The identities of the individuals are yet to be identified pending formal approval. Last year, the European Council imposed restrictive measures on 9 other individuals for allegedly engaging in human rights violations and contributing to the violent conflict. Among them were 2 leaders of the M23 rebel group who are fighting the Congolese army, its executive secretary, Benjamin Bompiimba, and Brigadier General Justin Gasheri Musanga. The EU's foreign policy chief also said that the bloc is reviewing its mineral agreement with Rwanda due to the country's alleged links with the M23 rebels. Rwanda has continually denied these claims. Meanwhile, the announcement of potential peace talks between the DRC government and the M23 rebel group has sparked mixed reaction from residents in the capital Kinshasa and the eastern city of Bukavu. The talks to be hosted by Angola next week would mark Kinshasa's first direct negotiations with M23. CDTN's Joy Kirikajuma has the details.
The planned talks between the DRC and the M23 in Angola is causing a stir among residents. Some are clearly opposed to opening communication, while others think it will go a long way to finally bringing peace to the restive East. In Kinshasa, residents raised opposition.
Why are we going to dialogue? With whom and why? If I can repeat myself in this sense, the president decided years ago, I will never dialogue with thugs. I will never dialogue with thieves and killers. And today when he agrees to dialogue with these people he had described in this way, where are we going? Why has he accepted? And what will he bring to the life of the Congolese people?
These people killed our brothers, raped our sisters, and did everything they could to subdue us. Here in Kinshasa, we say no to the idea of dialogue with M23. If they want to negotiate, let them start by negotiating with the death they caused.
But in South Kivu's capital, Bukavu, some residents say they see potential for peace through sustained dialogue, while others stressed talks should have started earlier.
The government should really be flexible and ready to dialogue with those who have weapons, who have demands, and examine them to find a solution so that the population can breathe.
This dialogue should have been announced or should have taken place when the AFC and M23 were still in Bunagana. Now that they've advanced, many Congolese have been killed. People have lost their means of survival. There has been looting. Mothers and children wander around in the forests. So why wouldn't the Congolese welcome this announced dialogue? But from now on, the Congolese government will pay dearly.
Bon, mais maintenant, le gouvernement congolais va payer cher.
The government has not officially confirmed its participation in the peace talks. However, two government sources told Reuters that the Angolan proposal was being seriously considered. One source said that even if direct contact with M23 occurs, it would not absolve Rwanda of responsibility. The DRC has repeatedly accused Kigali of backing the rebels, while Rwanda has consistently denied the claims. Joy Kiruki Juma, CGTN.
Foreign troops have been at the front lines of peacekeeping missions in African conflict zones for decades. In many cases, no gains have been made. CGTN's Nick Mudimba looks at why these troops failed to stabilize countries such as the DRC, despite a huge number of boots on the ground.
Military interventions in armed conflicts in Africa are hitting a snag in an alarming trajectory and failing dismally in their mandates. According to experts, vested interests have been a stumbling block in countries like the Democratic Republic of Congo, South Sudan, Mali, and the Central African Republic. The latest one being the DRC situation.
The problem with DRC, Nick, to be honest with you, number one, all of us know that the longest serving UN peacekeeping mission has been in the DRC since 1960 to date. Yet we continue to see this protracted conflict in the DRC over all these years. But from where I sit, I feel that this requires more of a political solution and not a military solution. Remember in 2023, under ICRAF, Kenya deployed her troops, which did not last for 1 year, because there were competing political interests. And of course, we know that DRC has massive resources in terms of minerals, the best timber in the world. So I look at it even from that other perspective, where the competing interests from all these groups, not only to actually offer a solution, lasting solution, to have a peaceful country, but a competing interests for them to actually mine the minerals and the timber in the DRC Congo.
According to the UN, it spends close to $8 billion every year on peacekeeping around the world, with the bulk going to missions in Africa. Experts believe there should be more options.
The regional development or economic blocs need to sit down and offer a diplomatic solution through mediation. That would be the best way of dealing with the problems in DRC. But the moment you continue to militarize, it becomes a problem. But demilitarization is the best solution. Let diplomacy kick in so that we find a lasting solution for DRC.
Several African countries have asked for the withdrawal of foreign troops from their territories, with the majority of the governments seeking other alternatives, marking a major shift in Africa's security landscape. Nick Mudimba, CGTN.
Sudan is looking to rebuild ties with regional and continental blocs. The country seeks to resume its membership with the Intergovernmental Authority on Development and the African Union, which have been part of efforts to resolve the nearly 2-year civil war in Sudan between the army and the paramilitary Rapid Support Forces. Noah Mukhaddin reports from Port Sudan.
14 months after freezing relations with IGAD, Sudan is making a push to rejoin the East African bloc. Sudan's deputy head of the ruling Sovereign Council, General Malik Agar, met with the president of Djibouti, Ismail Omar Goleh, who is the current IGAD president, and expressed the government's desire to reconcile. Djibouti outlined a phased peace plan, starting with an immediate ceasefire.
IGAD previously attempted to facilitate ceasefire talks between the Sudanese warring parties in Djibouti in late 2023, but these failed. Sudan then suspended its IGAD membership over the bloc's engagement with the leader of the paramilitary RSF, General Mohammed Hamdan Daglo.
Alongside IGAD, Sudan is in the process of restoring ties with the African Union. The AU suspended Sudan's membership in 2021 following a military coup and has consistently urged political dialogue to resolve the current crisis.
The failure of the initiatives is attributed to the multiplicity of views that handle the Sudanese crisis. All the views and efforts need to be unified and determine the priorities in the first phase. The The African blocs may be the closer to understand the crisis and participate in the comprehensive resolution.
Sudan last year requested for the AU to lift its suspension, a request that is backed by Egypt, which chairs the AU Peace and Security Council. A new office for the African Union is expected to be opened in the temporary capital of Port Sudan.
Restoring the relationship with regional blocs such as the African Union and IGAD is an important step and shall contribute in achieving a rapprochement that shall pave the way for resolving the Sudanese crisis. But to keep the ties strong and fruitful, African Union and IGAD should reconsider the previous demands by the Sudanese government, and all the details of the Sudanese crisis should be accompanied in its endeavors and movements.
This new milestone is being welcomed in Sudan, where people are hoping the path towards peace can begin again. Naba Muhyiddin, CGTN, Port Sudan.
Staying in Sudan, the UN says the country's warring parties continue to fuel the world's most devastating aid crisis. Millions are living in the grip of mass atrocities and hunger. But despite calls for urgent global action, the fighting continues. CGTN's Tony Kung tells us more.
It's been almost 2 years since conflict broke out between the Sudanese armed forces and the paramilitary rapid support forces. The United Nations says Sudan is the world's largest humanitarian crisis. Both sides have been accused of abuses including rape, torture, and attacking civilians. Allegations they have denied.
The rapid support forces, the Sudanese armed forces, and other parties to the conflict are not only failing to protect civilians, they are actively compounding their suffering.
More than 30 million people will need humanitarian assistance this year, according to the UN. Despite this, humanitarian organizations face severe challenges in delivering aid. Aid supplies have been looted and humanitarian workers attacked. This has forced agencies like the World Food Programme to pause food distribution. The UN also says famine has taken hold in several regions in the country, although the government denies that famine exists.
Famine is occurring in hotspots in at least 5 locations in Sudan, with an estimated 1.3 million children under 5 living in these areas. Over 3 million children under 5 are at imminent risk of deadly disease outbreaks, including cholera, malaria, and dengue, due to the failing health system.
Cases of conflict-related sexual violence have also been rampant, and children have not been spared. At least 220 cases of rape against children were reported across 9 states last year. This is according to data analyzed by UNICEF and collected by service providers in Sudan.
We estimate that 67% of these children are girls and 33% are boys. In 16 of the recorded cases, the children were under the age of 5. 4 of these were babies under the age of 1. The data only gives us a glimpse into what we know is a far more devastating crisis.
A crisis that's continuing with no end in sight, as the RSF recently declared the formation of a parallel government, and fighting continues unabated. Tony Kongo, CGTN.
To South Sudan now, where the unity government says it's working to resolve differences among the parties to the peace deal signed in 2018. It is especially focusing on the parties led by President Salva Kiir and First Vice President Riek Machar. The East African regional body, the Intergovernmental Authority on Development, is also setting up an interministerial body to find a way to resolve the issues. These disputes led to clashes between government troops and armed civilians, said to be linked to Machar last week in the north of the country. CGTN's Patrick Ayed reports.
The fighting in Nasir in Upper Nile State has now stopped. Cautious calm is returning to the capital, Juba. The East African regional body, IGAD, that mediated the 2018 peace deal currently being implemented in South Sudan, is calling for dialogue among the parties to the peace deal. Some of the government troops who fought with White Army in Nasir are now arriving in Juba.
To those who are in different locations in Walang and Nasir, that the operations to extract you from wherever you are has begun. And it had begun successfully in Bong village. And this is the first successful extraction of our forces.
Some residents of the capital, Juba, are asking the government to do more to ensure that sustainable peace returns to the country.
They should abide by the peace agreement that they have signed and by implementing the pending mechanisms that were not yet implemented. So by doing that, they will go for general election when the legal mechanism is in place, the security mechanism is in place, so that we have a peaceful election in the country.
The government is calling on the public to remain calm. However, it arrested some officials, including a minister and an army officer belonging to Riek Machar's group. Mr. Machar is calling for the release of members of his party and military. IGAD says all those arrested should be released or taken to court of law as required by the country's legal provisions. South Sudan's government says it is carrying out an investigation to find out whether or not those it arrested have connections with the fighting that took place last week. It says those who are innocent will be released. Patrick Koyet, CGTN, Juba, South Sudan.
Uganda has confirmed an outbreak of the Crimean Congo hemorrhagic fever in the western district of Kiyagegwa. The health ministry says the victim, a 28-year-old male, tested positive for the fever and is under isolation at the Bujubuli Health Center. 2 more suspected cases have also been admitted to the same center. According to the ministry, health workers are currently conducting active case search and contact tracing. The virus is transmitted to humans through tick bites and spreads among people through direct contact with infected blood or bodily fluids. Well, let's now take a short break. Here's what's still to come on Africa Live. U.S. aid cuts hitting refugee communities hard in Uganda, with education and livelihoods most affected. The harsh reality of U.S. aid cuts is hitting refugee communities hard, with education and livelihoods on the line. Many young refugees who once had hopes of a brighter future are now reported to be seeing their dreams slip away. CGTN's Michael Valeke reports.
For refugee students like Isaac Kapita, education was the one thing that gave him hope, a chance to rebuild his life in Uganda after fleeing conflict in his home country, the Democratic Republic of Congo, more than 10 years ago. But with the recent U.S. aid cuts, that dream is fading fast.
Yes, my dream was like to be a mechanic which can work in different companies, repairing cars, because I was doing automobile mechanic. Yes, my dream was like to repair cars, those big trucks, and also to become a driver of the big trucks, or maybe even reaching goal like of working in a company which makes car. Yes, and I still like the dream, just I did not reach it and I feel bad.
The organization that funded Isaac's and 60 other refugees' vocational training has been forced to slash support after the loss of aid. This means the refugees have lost access to education, jobs, and other necessities.
We are helpless. Like that aid was helping us a lot, was helping a lot of people, like to get some skills. And we know in today's world, it's just skill which can make you to have high opportunity to get a job and also to create a job.
Uganda has an open door policy towards refugees, currently hosting over 1.8 million refugees, the largest in Africa. Most are fleeing relentless conflict in South Sudan, the DR Congo, and Sudan. In 2024, the U.S. gave Uganda over $92 million in humanitarian assistance for refugee food, education, mental health, and protection services. Refugee agencies warn that without support, many refugees may turn to these streets to find alternate and often dangerous ways to earn a living. Desperation could drive them into illegal activities, raising serious security concerns for them and the country. Organizations that once supported refugees are now struggling to keep their doors open. They are calling for urgent interventions to restore funding and protect the hopes of millions of refugees.
Girls who have been the beneficiaries from those funds, they are now in the street. Boys are in the street, and it is very dangerous for the community now because no one was prepared that this fund will be cut down so that we can see how we can cope. By the way, it's also bring trauma to refugees because those who has hope on those funds, right now they are traumatized by that decision.
For Isaac and thousands like him, the desperate choices they are forced to make could have far-reaching consequences for everyone. Michael Balekesi, GTN, Kampala.
And now for an inspiring story, a huge health setback for a South African technology entrepreneur turned out to be the catalyst for a groundbreaking innovation in the health sector. Neo Huturi began to understand the inefficiencies of the healthcare system in South Africa when he was diagnosed with tuberculosis. As a result, he developed a cutting-edge system to dispense medicine to patients with chronic illnesses. CGTN Julie Senjamela brings us his story.
After being diagnosed with tuberculosis, Neo Hutiri realized that he had to contend with waiting for 3 to 5 hours daily to get his repeat prescribed medication. Hutiri began to discover that despite South Africa's heavy investment in patient care, patients on chronic medications were struggling to adhere to their medications. Reasons included lack of privacy in medicine collection, angry and frustrated nursing and pharmaceutical staff, and inaccessibility to the clinic itself.
I was a patient who was spending a lot of time in queues, and I decided to do something about it. I decided to create a product that can ultimately serve people like me and reduce the time tax that patients often have to pay.
Hutiri then came up with an innovative idea to collect medication rather than queue for hours at public clinics. It's called Pellebox. Pellebox is a digital platform that manages internet-enabled smart lockers, which allows patients to quickly collect their repeat chronic medication. The platform works like an ATM post office, similar to cardless instant money transfers. The lockers are packed with medicine. Patients simply type in their cell phone number and a one-time password sent via SMS on the system's built-in touchscreen to unlock a cubbyhole in which their packet of prescription medication has been placed earlier. Since its invention, the Pellebox has been hailed as a lifesaver for many who use often crowded South African hospitals and clinics.
Pellebox has helped me a lot, especially when coming to save time. You don't take too much time when you're coming to collect the pellet box. I know it was very hard because always when you are going to collect your medication, you have to wake up early in the morning and then follow the queues 5 to 6 hours. But now the time it's been safe because you only take I can say probably 1 minute.
South Africa's health ministry has also welcomed this innovation with open arms.
The health department has welcomed our health innovation very well. They've allowed us to be able to spread it across multiple facilities. It has reached over 1,600,000 parcels that have been collected through this network of lockers. And there's always demand for us to set it up in more communities. And the Department of Health has been a very strong partner for us to be able to ensure that our people can be served a lot better, a lot faster, and a lot more conveniently.
I think it's extremely helpful because, our facilities were not built or designed to cater with the volume of patients that we are currently seeing. So to decrease the burden on the facilities, any innovation or technology that can help improve patient access and at the same time decongest our facilities is most welcome. So the patient numbers are growing. Our population numbers are growing. Our facilities are not growing in proportion to that. So you can imagine the pressure that is placed on the facilities because the one side is growing disproportionately to the other side.
The health department says it is constantly encouraging South Africans to come up with innovations that will help them mitigate problems that the department is dealing with. Yuli Sanchamela for CGTN in Johannesburg, South Africa.
From innovations in South African health to innovations in its traditional food, a chef in Cape Town says she noticed a major gap in the local fine dining experience and wanted to fill it. Now she's welcoming stars from all over the world to enjoy African food with a twist of the highest quality. CGTN's David Mbithi has more.
In a fast-paced kitchen in the South African city of Cape Town, Chef Siba Mtongana is conjuring an experience for her diners. For this final course, she carefully plates a dish with the precision of an artist, adding a delicate orange caviar as the final touch. The innovative menu combined with the trendy ambience of the fine dining establishment draws many food lovers to her tables.
My name is Siba. I'm the chef and the restaurant owner. Yay! Thank you so much for choosing us.
Her mission, she says, extends beyond accolades. Having traveled extensively, Siba identified a significant gap in global cuisine. Now she dedicates all her efforts into showcasing her African heritage through a fine dining lens.
I've had the privilege of traveling the world, eating in the best places, eating the best, being accommodated in the best places in the world. I realized that there is so little of anything African, let alone South African.
That journey helped her to 2 consecutive wins as Africa's best fine dining hotel restaurant in 2023 and 2024. One signature offering is her interpretation of dombolo, a traditional horse's steamed bread served as mini buns, which she says has positively surprised many diners.
You can go like, oh wow, I never thought a dombolo can be this fluffy, you know? Oh my gosh, it's like eating clouds. It's so airy, it's so you know.
Her restaurant has hosted high-profile guests, including former U.S. First Lady Michelle Obama, human rights lawyer Amal Clooney, and philanthropist Melinda Gates. But beyond acclaim and global recognition, she wants more and more Africans to share in the experience of fine dining.
I know, for instance, I've hosted lots of locals who would thank me and say, Siba, you've saved me a trip. Instead of going to Europe or to America or to Japan or to wherever else in the world, you've brought the experience closer.
As wait staff carry plates of meticulously crafted dishes to expectant diners, Siba's kitchen buzzes with activity, each plate representing not just a meal, but a cultural statement, elevating South African cuisine to world-class status. David Mbithi, CGTN.
From traditional steamed bread in South Africa to a special flatbread in Libya. This is all the rage in the city of Benghazi as locals continue to mark the Islamic holy month of Ramadan. Many people are going to great lengths to get their hands on the best loaves. CGTN Sharon Baraga tells us more.
Dozens of locals are lined up here at this makeshift bakery in the Libyan city of Benghazi. They don't seem to mind the wait for what has become a very popular addition to many tables during the Ramadan period. A flatbread known as tanur.
We are used to coming here to get the bread from him. Honestly, his bread is good and well done. We are used to it on iftar tables.
For the baker supreme Awad Al-Hadiri, this is by far his busiest time of the year, and he says he desperately wants to meet the rising demand every day.
I have been working for full 8 years in making tanur bread. We don't work full working days in normal days. In fasting days, I work from 9 in the morning until afternoon. The blessed month of Ramadan is known for its turnout. It is crowded, as you can see. All people need it. We don't like to disappoint people who need the bread in Ramadan.
Tanur is sometimes made of whole wheat flour, which makes it a healthy option for fasting Libyans. Once the dough is done proofing, it is separated into dough balls, shaped into loaves, and stuck to the sides of the tanur oven, ready to bake. It takes no more than a couple of minutes to have a finished loaf. One loaf is sold for 5 Libyan dinars, or a little over $1 US.
I have been coming for 4 or 5 years to buy tandoor bread. Our mothers and grandmothers used to prepare it every year. It is part of the heritage passed down from one generation to another.
With every order of fresh-baked tandoor bread, the tradition continues to hold strong. Sharon Baranga, CGTN.
Well, after the short break, Rama will be taking you through the day's business news, including the rising cost of food spikes inflation in Tanzania. And the U.S. Export-Import Bank approves a $5 billion loan for Mozambique gas project.
The two sessions, China's annual political season, brings together the country's lawmakers and political advisors to chart the way forward for the nation.
It captures global attention as geopolitical and economic tensions rise.
So what impact will this have on Africa?
We take an in-depth look at China's two sessions and explore what lies ahead for Africa.
Join us for a special program on CGTN and the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation.
Welcome back to the program. Let's start in East Africa. Tanzania has recorded a slight increase in headline inflation, driven primarily by a rise in food prices. According to the latest data set from the country's National Statistics Bureau, the country's headline inflation rate went up to 3.2% in February, compared to a reading of 3.1% in the month of January. The overall consumer price index went up by around 60 basis points between those 2 months, and it's pointing to the inflationary pressures the economy is under. The rise in food prices is being partly attributed to increased demand in the month of Ramadan, during which food consumption patterns do tend to shift due to daily fasting, evening feasts, and food donations to the underprivileged. In energy, the board of the United States Export-Import Bank has reported to have approved a near $5 billion loan for a long-delayed liquefied natural gas project in Mozambique. Now, the move is meant to clear a key hurdle to restarting that project, which is being developed by the French oil major Total Energy. Now, the Export-Import Bank had previously agreed to a $4.7 billion loan for this $20 billion project in Donald Trump's first term in office, but it needed to be reapproved after construction of the project was frozen in 2021. Total Energy's CEO Patrick Pouyanné said last month that he expects financing from the US to be approved in the weeks to come, with other credit agencies to follow in the months after. The company has been waiting for loan reapprovals from the export credit agencies in the United States, the United Kingdom and the Netherlands. Now, South Africa's energy transition, digital connectivity and vaccine development ambitions have gotten a new credit line. The EU announced a fresh $5.1 billion investment package during the 8th South Africa-EU summit in Cape Town. CGTN's Julie Shire has the details.
South Africa rolled out the red carpet to welcome the European Union to Cape Town for the first time in 7 years. President Cyril Ramaphosa warmly received European Council President Antonio Costa and European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen for the 8th EU summit. In a display of unity, the parties committed to strengthening trade and investment ties.
Now, as one of South Africa's most important trade and investment partners, the European Union can play and does play a catalytic role in unleashing the productive capacity of our economy, but also to help equip our people, especially young people, to participate in the economy of the future.
Trade with the European Union stands close to $55 billion. The bloc committed a future $5.1 billion investment package to South Africa. The funding will go towards the country's digital and green energy transition, as well as strengthening vaccine capabilities.
South Africa wants to protect the health of its people, as well as your autonomy and your local industries. We Europeans want to diversify some of our most critical supply chains, and we know that viruses know no borders.
Escalating tensions with the United States was the elephant in the room. Both regions have been on the receiving end of President Donald Trump's protectionist policies.
Multilateral commitments are being tested, and the rules-based international order faces growing challenges. Protectionism, economic coercion, and hybrid threats undermine stability, while new technologies disrupt political systems and global power dynamics.
Europe is embroiled in an import tax war with the United States, while South Africa continues to be targeted by the Trump administration over land policies and a firm opposition to Israel's conflict with Palestine.
If there ever was a time when it is absolutely necessary for partners who share the same values to work together, this is the time, particularly when multilateralism is under attack, particularly when the world order process is also being weakened.
Leaders from both South Africa and the European Union were upbeat as they shared details of their discussions with the press. On the table were a range of topics, including tackling peace and security on both continents. Europe has also thrown its weight behind South Africa's G20 presidency, describing it as a powerful symbol for the continent. Julie Shara, CGTN, Cape Town.
Now on to Niger. Fuel remains in short supply, and that's leaving city residents and businesses alike scrambling to get what they need. Now, the country rarely ever does face petrol shortages, so this makes this current one, which is running for over a week, unprecedented. The Nigerian company for oil products says there's been a sharp increase in local fuel demand, but it's simply unable to meet it. CGTN's Beryl Oro tells us why.
Petrol stations in Niamey have run dry, but they're far from empty. Vehicles are queuing night and day, and drivers are growing more desperate for resupply.
I've been here since 6 a.m. and it's now 11. I'm still in the queue waiting my turn. I spent the night at the right bank. That's where I heard there was stock here and I came to get some. This lack of fuel is having a big impact on all our activities. I have to load up to go into the bush, but since 9 a.m. yesterday, I haven't been able to find any fuel.
I'm running on the leftover from the day before yesterday. It's hard for me to estimate the losses I've incurred with this shortage because it's with my work that I feed my family. I haven't worked since yesterday, and I've been here since 8 a.m. and it's now 11. There are at least 100 vehicles in front of me. When am I going to get some and start working?
Niger's state company responsible for the distribution of petroleum products, Sonidep, blames this situation on stock shortages.
Sonidep used to order more than 100 lorries of petrol for the city of Niamey, but now we get 40 trucks a week, sometimes 6 or 8 trucks a day. Our business is not linked to petrol because we work with diesel. When we arrive in the towns, our trucks are unloaded by small petrol-powered lorries. The fuel shortage affects everyone.
Although Niger is an oil producer, it refines only a small quantity of its crude. Previously, around half of Niger's fuel came illegally from Nigeria. But the flourishing black market dried up after Nigeria ended its fuel subsidies, which tripled prices. The trade unionists are now calling on the government to open the Niger-Benin border and allow tankers to come in for 24 hours to ease the rising demand. In the meantime, workers struggle to commute, mounting pressure on economic activity in the country. Beryl Oro, CGTN.
Outside the continent now, specifically to China, the central bank there plans to lower the reserve requirement ratio for commercial banks and interest rates as well as needed based on financial market conditions. The PBOC says it will be using a range of tools to ensure there's sufficient liquidity and to cut financing costs while providing the needed support for a whole host of sectors like tech and green development. Now, earlier on Thursday, the bank announced it will also be focusing on managing local government debt risks a lot more. In addition to that, the bank will expand cash pooling pilot programs to regions like Tianjin, Hebei and Anhui and several others. That expansion will essentially allow multinationals in those pilot regions to use their domestic master accounts in China more efficiently to manage centralized foreign and domestic currency transactions for their overseas subsidiaries. Now, over in Gaza, getting bread has become extremely difficult for Palestinian residents, especially after Israeli authorities cut off fuel and electricity supplies to the occupied enclave. With soaring prices and dwindling essential goods, fears of famine continue to grow, especially as Israeli border closures and aid suspensions continue. Our correspondent Nadra Al-Tibi reports from Gaza City.
As Israel continues to close the Gaza Strip crossing, several bakeries have shut down due to the depletion of gas needed to operate them. Fears of famine are becoming increasingly evident in the coastal strip. Hundreds of Palestinians are once again lining up for hours in front of the few remaining bakeries to obtain bread, a task that has become extremely challenging.
I waited in line for over 3 hours just to get one loaf of bread. I have to come early to make sure I get any. We're afraid that the bakeries will close. I hope our situation improves.
Palestinians have been forced to return to cooking their food over open fires after the domestic gas supply ran out. Their suffering depends as the search for firewood and drying water becomes an increasingly difficult daily task.
We've been living in a tent since we returned, and we haven't had cooking gas for 2 months. We cook our food over fire, but firewood is scarce. We're using cardboard now, which affects my health.
At the same time, food stocks, including meat and dairy products, are running low, especially during the holy month of Ramadan. When demand for food increases, this leaves Gazans vulnerable to hunger and disease.
In just a few days, we'll face a worsening humanitarian crisis. The most vulnerable, women, children, the elderly and the sick, will suffer the most, deprived of even the most basic necessities. Severe hunger is imminent.
Fuel shortages and power outages have severely affected water supplies. UNICEF has warned that water shortages in Gaza have reached critical levels, with only 1 in 10 people currently able to access safe drinking water. Although the ceasefire holds here in Gaza, Israel still controls the crossing, and Palestinians continue to endure daily chapters of suffering that are deepening their struggle to survive. Nadir Al-Tibi, CGTN, Gaza City.
And we'll leave it there for the time being. Here's what's coming up at the top of the hour, though. We'll be focusing on Nigeria. Its GDP growth hasn't really gone past 4% a year over the last 5 years, but the country is trying to target a growth rate of 7% in 2025. How exactly will they get there, and what will drive that growth? We'll explore that and plenty more at the top of the hour. Don't go away. Hannah's back with a sport, including this. When we return, we'll tell you about the dreams of organisers of a major wrestling tournament in West Africa.
How would you create your legend? On the fields, on the tracks, in the arenas of Africa. Were you born to be a player? Could this moment be yours? Sports Scene. Find your game.
In sports, we'll begin with wrestling. Organizers of a regional tournament in Nigeria hope it can help West Africa become an Olympic force in the sport. Although it might not have the same high profile as football, wrestling has high participation rates across the region, and in Senegal especially. The 13th ECOWAS African Wrestling Tournament, which is just held in Abuja, welcomed high-quality wrestlers from across the continent, well, across West Africa rather. To show just how the sport is growing, it welcomed women participants for the first time. CGTN's Deji Bedimosi has more.
Wrestlers from 11 West African nations participated in the thrilling contest for regional dominance in a traditional sport that has been struggling for global recognition. Attendance at the 3-day event, which took place at the Velodrome of the Moshood Abiola Stadium, Abuja, was quite impressive for a sport that is not as prominent as other disciplines. On the business end of things, it was a slugfest on the wrestling mat. For the very first time in the history of the tournament, female wrestlers took part. The wrestlers competed in team and individual events and across various weight categories. Senegal dominated in the team event, winning in the 66 kg, 86 kg, 100 kg, and 120 kg weight categories. But Nigeria made an impressive showing in the individual category, with two of its female wrestlers clinching gold in both 66 kg and 76 kg.
It's God and training. If you are persistent in what you are doing, you get, no matter how hard it is, with the strength and the support of God, you get whatever thing you want. That is all. I don't have any secret.
The tournament is part of events to mark 50 years since the founding of ECOWAS. Organizers say they are working hard to get the sport on the global stage.
We are also working with different global agencies in terms of developing the African wrestling tournament and also developing the discipline itself. So our main objective is someday in the future be able to have this activity, this discipline on the agenda of the Olympic Games.
I think that the opportunity that exists is to take these products and make them standardized so that they can become global. But when they become global, they also have to become big here. If you look at somewhere like Senegal, the wrestling in Senegal is almost on the level of football. I mean, it's massive. I've seen the stadiums, 30, 40,000 people full. So it's really how can we build what we have, push it to the community, and then it becomes big.
From just 3 participating countries when the competition began over 20 years ago, the African wrestling tournament has grown bigger over the years. It's being used as a veritable vehicle to promote regional integration, cultural heritage, and now gender inclusion. DG Bademasi, CGTN, Abuja, Nigeria.
One of the candidates for the president of the International Olympic Committee has warned the U.S. President Donald Trump that he must respect the IOC's autonomy. The U.S. city of LA is set to host the next Summer Games in 2028 when Trump will still be president. Gender eligibility issues are likely to be a hot topic after the U.S. president earlier issued an order to exclude transgender girls and women from female sport. However, David Lepation acknowledged that inclusion of transgender athletes should not prevail over fairness, but any decision should be made by the IOC rather than individual federations. Lepation also said he is determined to stamp out doping in the sport. The IOC election will be held next Thursday in Greece.
I imagined the new president of the IOC, whoever he or she is, and I pictured myself in that position, in the Oval Office, in a discussion with President Trump. And we have seen that sometimes those discussions don't go according to plan, and I tell you there are several topics to be discussed, but there are 2 main issues from our point of view. Indeed, there is the subject of the World Anti-Doping Agency, and I'm a firm believer in the fact that we need an international anti-doping organization, WADA, that is strengthened. And for that, obviously, the United States must be within it, because the U.S. Anti-Doping Agency is also a major player in the fight against doping.
Turning to football, Joshua Kimmich has signed
the family announced
and Lando Norris. World champion Max Verstappen of Red Bull had a disappointing day. The 27-year-old